Big Samsat. Big Samsat. Big Samsat. Big Samsat. big samsaras. Big Samsats. Big Samsats. Big Samsats.
My name is Kennedy Thiongo. I am the founder of Ken
for a week that we've had. And to all our guests, feel welcomed to the Mount Kenya region and to Mount Kenya Hub, D-Hub, and to White Rhino. This is a very, very iconic hotel in Nyeri, so you learn something about it at the end of the event. The other thing, I would like us to start with the word of prayer from Jackie. So Jackie, wherever you are, please.
Let us pray. Mighty God, who art in heaven, we come before you this day. We pray so that you may guide us as we're going to start this event. May you be with all the speakers and the audience. May you bless us all, and may you guide us to the end. I pray this short prayer, trusting and believing in Jesus' name. Amen.
So I would like to appreciate the presence of our visitors. And without any order, I will appreciate you. So I will start with Dr. Kosimbei from Kenyatta University. Maybe you can wave at the crowd. So we clap for him. We have Josephine Dambuki from Konza City. Josephine. We have Rehab from Konza 2. So Rehab. We have the chairperson of Association of Innovation Hubs in Kenya, the country of innovation hubs, Magdalene, all the way from Eldoret. I think so far she's the one who has traveled most. Thank you, Magdalene, for coming. Then we have David Ogiga from the Association of Country Hubs, Sote Hub from Taita Taveta. David, thank you for coming. We also have one of the best engineers that I know. I don't know the others, what to say about the others, but Anne Derito from Swift Lab. She's I think the first drone licensed woman in Kenya to inaitwa nini kufanya drone nini? Yes, something to do with drones. She'll be here, she'll tell you more about it. So we clap for her. So there's my friend Cynthia Muthoni from Nakuru Box. So Nakuru Box is an innovation hub in Nakuru, and she has a team with her. So we appreciate the team from Nakuru Box. We also have one of the good minds that I've seen in the previous years. Her name is Julia Merori, working with Microsoft, and also the founder of Ryan's Lab. So Julia. And we also have from Dedan Kimathi, Department of Research and Innovation, we have Ms. Hadija Dahal. So Hadija, we have from UNECA, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. We have a team from there. Ernest, can see you with your team. And we also have a team that I came with from the hackathon that we had last weekend. So watu wangu nice one. So we appreciate them too. Then we have a team from Nyeri Youth, and empowerment group. So the team is led by Hassan. So Hassan, thank you for the good work that you're doing. We also have different innovators from Nyeri town. So the first one here, they are doing things that we see on YouTube channels, people cooking with funny stuff. But now we are seeing it here today. So all the innovators feel appreciated. So we can clap for all the exhibitors that we have. Thank you so much. Then there is another group of entrepreneurs. They came here to be with us so that we can have this discussion. So let's appreciate all the entrepreneurs from Nyeri town. So feel appreciated. Let's appreciate them. Thank you so much. So I'd like to take this opportunity to once again thank you for coming to this event. The reason we have this kind of event is to build people and to have a structured way of talking about the different things that affect our economy. So we are here to try and shape the industries that we have, make sure that we create a tunnel or a channel for the innovators that we have. So we are looking at how the value curve will affect each and every one of us. We will be training or talking about the status of different industries, depending on the experts that we have. The information that they have is what will shape what the knowledge that you get. So a number of things that you need to look out for. These people have gone out there, so they know a number of things about the industry. So these are the macroeconomics. I think macro is what affects you from outside. Everywhere? Yeah. So, I'm still good. So they know a lot about the industry. There are things that will affect you from outside. So the industry knowledge that you'll get from these people is what is very important to shape how you interact with the market. So we want to have a series of panels. We'll have panels that will be able to have like 3 panels that will be very interesting and entertaining. Then we'll have some remarks at the end, and we'll be able to close our day and enjoy the weekend and hope to have more events as soon as we can. Do we agree with that agenda? Hey, do we agree with that? Okay, so without wasting time, I will invite, oh, yes, sorry. Where is Savio? Okay. He'll come back. So without wasting time, let's have our first panel. So I will invite the moderator, Ms. Josephine Dabuki, to come and take us through that. Welcome. So Clinton, you can come and help with the mics.
Thank you very much, Principal. In another word, we call him Principal, and we think we are going to do that. But good morning, everyone. How are you keeping this morning? Good morning. Are you happy? Are you energized? Are you excited? Yes, I know it's a chilly morning, but I think that's usual in this side of Kenya. And therefore, we want to make the best of this morning. Now, we are going to start on the first panel. And first of all, just to recall that the theme for this conference is creating, designing, and building the infrastructure for the next economy. So we next economy and how to design it. I mean, how great a position, you know, when you have a chance to build the future and to be very, very intentional about the future we want to see, and therefore participating in the decisions making and putting in place frameworks to ensure we can actually achieve the future that we want to see. And so we have a panel that we're going to have is about industry linkages and academia in the context of creating, designing, and building the infrastructure for the next economy. I want to invite our panelists, so I'll call them as they join me on stage. We have the seats here, and we will have an interactive session followed by a question and answer. We hope that the team here is going to be very ready. I think from the sessions we've had in the exhibitions, we already started seeing industry, manufacturing, and we really look forward to seeing how, what are some of the challenges that are coming from the industry that perhaps the academia can help address, and also how can academia contribute to the emerging industries as we ready ourselves for the digital economy or the next economy. So the first panelist is from DECUT. I want to introduce Ms. Hadija Dahal. Welcome, Ms. Hadija. Ms. Hadija is a senior administrator in charge of research, innovation, management, and community linkages at Dedan Kimathi University. Kindly give a warm round of applause as she joined us on stage. The second panelist is from JPAT, Dr. George Kosimbei, man of action and a veteran in this industry. He is the director in the Directorate of Innovation, Incubation, and University Linkages at the JQuat. He is a PhD economist from KU and has a lot of experience in teaching, research, and consultancy. He's also, he's previously worked in the industry with the Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research and Analysis, KIPRA, and also KEMRI and other such organizations, Kenya Medical Research Institute, Wellcome Trust, etc. His major interests involve around costing of health interventions, advanced macroeconomics, and health economics. He is a member of the Health Economics and Policy Network in Africa, and the International. He's a member of the Health Economists and Policy Network in Africa, HEPNET, and the International Health Economists Association. Welcome, Dr. George. The third panelist is our none other than the founder of Mount Kenya Hub, our conveners of the session today. I want to welcome Mr. Savio to join us on stage. Savio is a software engineer and a big data analyst. He is currently the Secretary General of the Association of Countrywide Innovation Hubs. He also serves as a UN Tech consultant and as well as we said, founder of Mount Kenya Hub. He is an advisor in resource tracking and technology at the UN Commission for Economic, the UN Economic Commissions for Africa. So welcome. He also previously worked with Ubongo and Oracle. Welcome, Savio. And lastly, I want to welcome Cynthia Mudhoni. Lastly, but not the least, welcome Cynthia. Cynthia is an entrepreneur, entrepreneurship evangelist, creative innovator, and mentor for creatives. She is a founder of Digital Marketing ePoach and programs content and event manager and head of marketing at Nakuru Box. So you can see we have a diverse panel, and I'm really privileged and honored to share this time with them. My name is Josephine Dambuki from Konza Technopolis. I currently lead partnerships, economic development, and resource mobilization. Welcome. Okay, so welcome to the panel. And I think the first thing we'll want us to start with is the context. in the context of the next economy, and just looking at the topic of the day and the theme of this Innovation Week, which is creating, designing, and building the infrastructure for the next economy. And again, zeroing in the context of the academia and industry linkage. I just want us to start from an open perspective. What do you see as the role of industry and academia in spurring this or in preparing the country in general for the next economy? So we'll start with Dr. George, and then we proceed on the other side.
Thank you very much, Josephine. I think, yeah, that's an interesting question going forward on how industry, academia can basically work together, in light of the next, phase of industrialization that we're looking forward. My name is George Kosimbe from Kenyatta University. Josephine said JKUAT, but I'm from Kenyatta University. Thank you. So we all know, in academia, that's where we learn, skills, theories. We are exposed to many things. And the whole idea is when you're exposed to many things, you should be able to use the knowledge, the know-how you're getting from the institution, to come up with solutions. And I think when we define industry, it's not really manufacturing. We are not talking about Chandaria industries, for example. We are talking about the community. We are talking about what is happening outside there. So going by even what we have seen here, like the gentleman who is working on that cook stove, you could see, even around his neighborhood, of course, they have a solution already. So the role of university or other academia, industry, partnership or collaboration is we need to see value, going both directions. So to industry, we want to see solutions going to industry. We want to see new products, going to industry. And from industry, we want to see challenges. We want to see industry relevant skills. Like a lot of the times you are told, of course, in academia, we train graduates who, when they get to industry, they need to training. So of course, we want to see that feedback. So in terms of an arrow, we want to see an arrow going to academia and another arrow going to industry. And of course, talking about artificial intelligence and all these new things where we are getting into in terms of industrialization, we want to see that partnership, which of course now involves even many more, because we're talking about the quadruple helix. It's not only university, academia, the government is there, the NGOs, the charities, the foundations. So we simply want to see everybody put something on the table for that particular quadruple helix to work. And that's what I would say. Thank you.
Perspective. Savio, what do you think? How do we link these actors to create the future we want to see?
I think, in our opinion, is academia and many institutions that we have in Kenya. It's a place whereby people get to learn, and it's a place where you are able to test and do research as much as you can. And also, in another perspective, is a place whereby you are able to do try and error. You are able to do a lot of research, because most of the institutions that you have in Kenya have a lot of facilities and research centers that are have all the equipment that we need. And now what happens is, and what we should be looking at is now how that is linked now to the ecosystem, because I believe a lot of institutions are giving us quality engineers and quality people and quality students that have worked well. But now we need now to start looking at now how they link up to the ecosystem. So, but academia, according to me, is a place where people get to learn, get to do a lot of try and error, get to research, and yes.
Morning.
Good morning.
Hadija from Dedan Kimathi University. My opinion is, I think for the longest time, industry and academia have been on different levels in terms of ideologies and how they do their things.
But with the rapid advancement of technology and industry as we are right now, there needs to be policies and engagements, between the industry and the academia, where we can come together and work on how we are going to solve some of the problems that we are facing, and also engage our students who, I believe right now, in terms of quality of education, we've come very far as a country in terms of what we are teaching our students and the kind of skills that they're acquiring. And so there is that need for policies to be put in place between academia that are both friendly and agreeable, and they strengthen the engagement between the industry and the academia. Yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Cynthia from Nakuru Box. On today's discussion, I think we should do more training to bridge the gap between academia and the industry. I think that we need a pool of experts to train academia into the current economic ecosystem. In the academia, they're just taught basic classes and theory, and we need someone to train them into the current world so that they can be industry experts.
Thank you very much on that point. And just as you said, there's the need for the foundations, the principles that we learn in the universities and academia, but then there's the industry. And as you concluded, you said there's need for that transition between what is taught in class and how it is applied in the industry to solve real problems for real people. So that takes me back to the academia team in the panel, which is Dr. George. How is the experience as you speak, as you interact with the students in the universities? What approaches, and are we winning? Is that disconnect still there? Are we winning, or how do we play differently?
Yeah, thank you. I think in light of that, one thing I'll appreciate about our system is the students who come to universities are very brilliant students, and they really adapt. We have our fair share of challenges, of course, and one of them is, of course, when we talk even about the curriculum, how often you revise the curriculum, is something that we maybe can be debated, and we have systems that address that, Commission for University Education and all that. It requires involvement of industry. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is, in the university, students need to learn a lot. Yeah, they should not just learn maybe a skill that will be able to help them, say, in a particular industry. But in the recent past, what I've observed is industries approach institutions. Yeah, like where I work, of course, I've seen, companies like Oracle, where they simply come in, they work with students who are doing, programs that are aligned to them and their resources. And the whole idea is, yes, there's a challenge maybe of curriculum not covering everything, yeah, or covering much more, but now with trainings and the facilities, and Savio mentioned, in the universities where people do research, they do trial and error, they do all sorts of things. So there are libraries, there are online resources. So students who are brilliant should be able to pick up on everything. So I think right now, the challenge is not like, in the yesteryears, where of course they were running parallel. Academia was this direction. And for example, even CONSA, for example, I know you participate in a lot of programs with the university. So slowly by slowly, we are seeing at least convergence, to something nice. But we simply need to do more. Yeah.
How is it happening from the perspective of DECOT, and especially the fact that you have almost a mix of both? You're promoting industry, you're an academic institution. How is that relation coming along?
I tend to agree with my colleague from KU that right now the gap is being bridged between industry and academia. We are finding that both the industry and the academia, they're being more open to more interactions between the two institutions. Like in our case, we have had, what we do is that we also engage in a lot of MOUs with the industry. In these MOUs, we're able to partner with the industry in terms of research, in terms of student exchange, in terms of putting up students even on internships, and also on some of them actually get employed. And we're not only working with local industry, we're also working with industry from an international perspective. Another issue is that there's also been a lot of the alignment of the curriculum so that it can suit the emerging trends of the industry as we speak. And we have also, for Dedan Kimathi, we've actually started on the Science and Technology Park, which is a great avenue for the link between industry and academia, where we are having the students coming up with innovations, where they're incubated at the D-Hub. After that, we have a startup center, where these students are sort of trained or mentored on how they can turn their innovation into a startup company, after which they're able to graduate to the science and technology. So there's that value chain from the beginning all the way to when now they're able to make some money out of what they're doing. So I think those are some of the things that we've been doing. There's also been a lot of awareness on the importance of these linkages, even to our students, where you have career talks, and you talk to them about what is happening in the industry currently. So I think that gap is it's actually been bridged. Yes.
I will carry on that thread, but now from the perspective of the hubs. Because we said industry is just not manufacturing organizations and academia as institute, but we also have to go down to the person and the beneficiary or the user of the product. And I see the hubs as being community centers and also innovation incubation facilities. And as we go through at that level, how are you looking, how are you seeing as the adoption in terms of the end users of the product, and how do you leverage that to upskill these community workers in readiness for the emerging opportunities in digital space? Savio.
Okay, thank you. First, what I would like to say, just as Dr. Kosimbe and Dahal, what she mentioned, I guess universities are doing good in terms of the international partnerships, whereby I guess each and every chartered institution has a partnership with, let's say, like Dr. Kosimbe talked about, Oracle, we have Microsoft, IBM. And what I would say is that's okay, but again, it's not enough because these people are not here. In my own opinion, there should be policies that will govern, that will even have a structured way of having local companies partnering with the local universities, because we have a lot of, even as per now, we have a lot of innovators who are here. But again, these people should now start partnering with the universities because they are here, they know the challenges, they're solving the challenges that we are facing here. So, and that is one of the disconnect, according to me, in regards to having local companies, local institutions, and local NGOs or any enablers partnering with the local universities. And in regards to the hubs, in the latest past, we have had an increment of innovation hubs in Kenya. I guess as per now, we have around over 50 different innovation hubs. In the Association of Country Hubs, we have around 38 innovation hubs across around 23 counties. And most of the counties have chartered universities. If I may use an example of, let's say, Mount Kenya Hub or even D-Hub, we have innovation, we have the institutions, we have the Dedan Kimathi, we have Karatina University, Embu University, Chuka. And if we can have a structured way in which these innovation hubs can have a very good working partnership with this, with the institutions, that will drive, it will bridge the gap between the institutions and also the ecosystem. But now, as per now, what I know, a lot of universities have very good working innovation hubs. I know Kenyatta University has the Chandari Incubation Center. Dedan Kimathi University has the TechHoot Hub. but these are just to measure the flu. But most of them, they are still in the institution. If we can have now some other different enablers who can partner with the academia, that will be able to bridge the gap, because it will also be benefiting the people, the community directly, from the university to the community. Yeah.
Hear it from the creatives. You know, you said you're an advocate of creatives, and if you look at the context of our creative industry, I think we have one of the most bubbling. We have a whole community on Twitter that can do anything that they want to do in any topic of the day. Now, how do we leverage that youthful, vibrant, tech-savvy population in Kenya to unlock opportunities for the next economy, and what infrastructure and support do you see as coming from the academia space?
Thank you, Josephine. Me being part of the creative industry, I personally seen Innovation Hubs doing a really good job in bridging this gap. Currently at Nakuru Box, let me talk a bit about Nakuru Box. So currently we notice that there are a lot of innovators, creatives, and also tech-savvy innovations. So we want to bridge that gap by actually bridging that gap by creating a fresh platform for graduates to actually train them, incubate them into the industry. These fresh graduates are, like I said earlier, they're just theory-based. They're theory-based, so we have them, we train them, we incubate them, and release them to the industry as a more advanced people.
Thank you very much for that. Now, I'll take it to Kenya in relation to the African continent. And we're saying that Africa is a next emerging frontier. We don't want to be emerging for a long time, we want to emerge. And there is definitely a very strong place for university linkages and the industry in driving these emergence. Last month, I think it was last month, David, we had the president of Estonia coming to Kenya, and Estonia has more than 7 or close to 11 unicorns. These are companies that are valued at $1 billion. We pride ourselves by having our fintech industry coming out very strongly, but we also want to look at how can we have 10 more of such industries. And we're saying that for us to get there, we need a very, very clear strategy between the university, between the linkage, the academia, and the industry. And the industry in this context is not necessarily the large established organization, but actually startups. How do we identify this and support them to the place of maturity towards the next level of unicorns for this country? So just tapping from what you're doing at KU and as well in the DECUT.
Yeah, thank you. I think, and I know, of course, a lot of us are trying to work around that. So the whole idea is universities, and of course, I will talk about what I do. Universities should be very strong pipelines. Yeah, you know, when you talk about all these fintechs, when you talk about all these hubs that are coming up, and one thing I'm very happy about, you know, from some of the things we do with the Kenya National Innovation Agency in the institutionalization subcommittee is, you know, one big question has been what happens to young people who are not in institutions? Yeah, because they innovate. You know, you don't have to be in a university to innovate. So we see a lot of innovations coming out of all corners of this country. And it's a good thing to have hubs, you know, like recently we had an online training for youth around the country. And one thing we kept beaming is the map. where we are very happy. There are hubs even in Garissa, Isiolo, Lodwar. So we are very happy that that is happening. So of course, academia needs to be a very strong pipeline of good ideas, ideas that can scale. Yeah, because for you to get to 1B evaluation, of course, it has to be around scale. It has to be around how much investment you'll attract, which again is based on scale. Yeah, what solution are you pushing? What problem are you trying to solve? How many people are affected by that particular problem? So there is data, there is skill. So to us, I think we need to work more to help the young people in our institutions to be able to see the problems in industry and work on solutions. And when they get to a level where, of course, you can contact industry or, after taking care of intellectual property, of course, you need to move into that particular direction. So in Chandari, of course, it's a general incubator. It's not actually a vertical program like we have others. So we accept everybody. So when you come in, you will get people with, people doing ICT, fintech, you'll get others in agriculture, energy. So it's a mix of everybody. And other than scaling down, of course, we are looking forward to scaling up, where we will have a biohub and everything else. So one of the things we have been doing in the previous years is building capacity of these young people around mindset. Yeah, because if you're coming to the university, you want to get a first class in electrical engineering, go out there, get employment at KenGen, you see, we will not really get those solutions. So we have been very heavy around that. And the good thing is the students' projects do now. Yeah, they of course want to push them to the market. And that's the best thing that has happened to us, because a lot of our students do engineering projects, science projects. So in the past, of course, after grading, you would get a junkyard of projects. Somebody just shows you an A or a B for the project or the marks, but nothing beyond that. Yeah, so out of that now, if we're able now to make sure that the projects are aligned to challenges and they have commercial viability, I think we will be moving somewhere. Yeah, so that's what is happening.
I think first I'll comment on the fact that in the developed countries, or those countries that maybe we consider are more developed than our country, I think what has made them move forward is the fact that they've had a lot of support, not only from industry, but also from their governments and also from the academic, which I think is a missing link in our scenario. There's a huge disconnect, as Safi was saying, between the innovators, the hubs, and also industry. So I think for us to get to that level or to move to that level, it's a slow and painful process, but it has to be done. So I think even as academia, we need to open up our hubs, not just for our students, but also there are people out there who've come up with some brilliant ideas, but by virtue of them not having been in a university or in an academic institution, by virtue of them probably not having a linkage to some of these hubs, those ideas just, they just go to waste and they're forgotten about. And probably this would have been something that would have solved a real challenge or a problem that we are currently having. So there needs to be that. And I think the academia is the major link between those people and the industry, because we are the ones who are driving this process. It is also personally, when I think about it, is also the role of the academia to be able to push the government, because we are a bigger umbrella. We have more, can I say, clout when it comes to the government. So it's also for us to put some pressure and to put in more effort in trying to get the government to support this initiative. I mean, for example, I saw on social media about this guy who came up with a logo for Nakuru City, their logo or something. And what happened to him? This is a young man, sat down, came up with an idea, went in for a competition, but what happened? They tried and usurped his ideas. Why not for social media? Probably that young man would not have received this 50,000 shillings. And also sometimes it's not even about the money, but the recognition that comes with that. So I think we need to put more pressure in terms of putting up structures that can accommodate everybody, even the person in Turkana. You know, maybe there's somebody there who has an idea, but they don't know how to bring it up to the masses. So I think that is the role of the academia, and we should come out strongly in that particular capacity. Another issue is probably, just as I say, putting up measures. That is what is important. Yes, thank you.
So thank you very much. And now I want to speak to the issue of infrastructure. For us to really develop in terms of in the entire context, beyond the very well-known innovations around software and mobile phones, there is real products that are being developed. We like to talk about the industry that is along, what do we call it, in Nairobi, Ngong Road. You literally find a lot of people on the side of the road producing. Now, how do we leverage the academia to provide the requisite infrastructure that can allow for standardization, scale for this potential? We also just had one. So what is the role of academia in really just providing for access and maybe beyond plus industry to be able to scale at standard and quality for the innovations that are coming up?
Yeah, so talking about infrastructure, equipment, machines. So of course we have KEBS for standards, and we are talking about linkages. So we have been very successful, for example, with software, all these things we have seen Kenyans do. We have also been very successful with the bids, the bids we do, Masai Market. Yeah, and you realize the reason why we've been successful with those two mainly is because it's easy to do. Yeah, so I can just buy the bid and then do whatever design. For software, again, you don't need a lot. You just need the coding skills and a laptop, maybe, and a phone, maybe to try out your app. Yeah, but now getting into hardware is where we need investments. And one facility that I think has taken lead and we need to follow is Gearbox. Yeah, so Gearbox, of course, is plugging a space where I think a lot of our institutions need to follow suit. The challenge, of course, is with the equipment that is there in our institutions, maybe it's for teaching. And as you know, when you talk about teaching facilities, the number of students, our population growing. So we need to see more of these labs, with equipment, where now we can be able to do things other than the way we are doing it now, where somebody comes up with something and then they have to send it to China. Yeah, and what that does to IP, usually. So talking about those kind of things, talking about the things we have along Ngong Road. So I think we need to play a role where we offer services, we bring KEBS to the table, and of course KEBS, they're normally open. If it is medical devices, of course, Pharmacy and Poisons Board should come on board. So we need to craft a service for these kind of people as universities. I tend to think so. Yeah, from where I sit, and that's the only thing that will be able to help us, of course, help them scale, prepare them for investments. As you know, Kenya is one country that receives a lot of venture funding. Yeah, and we need to grow that. The other day we went down to number 4. Previously, I think we were number 2. The latest statistics last week, we have slipped a bit. So South Africa and Egypt have overtaken us. And the more we need to create a strong pipeline from academia now of good quality innovation. So these things, I know they can be done. Yeah, but we need the necessary equipment to be able to help them, produce products that are similar. I don't want to buy a seat today and then after 2 years when I go and buy the same seat, it looks different. And I think that's the challenge we have with these people. So we should be able to help them by having the necessary machines and equipment. Thank you.
Great. So perhaps you have a new edge to it with the DECUT and the industry that is emerging. How is that coming along?
With DECUT, what we've been doing is that we've been working with some of these innovators in terms of opening up our labs for them to come and maybe if they need to fabricate something or if they need advice, also engagement with our academic staff, where they're able to mentor these innovators. You find these innovators and proverb is jua kali. Basically, and that is where the money is. The jua kali sector, you know, these people, they have the know-how, but the skills, you know, the challenge is that maybe in terms of the automation, in terms of the machine. So in Kimathi, we have some engagements where we've allowed or we've worked because of MOUs we have signed with different organizations where they're able to come in, they're able to access some of our labs, they're able to interact with the academic staff. We also have a TISC center at the university. TISC center is a technical innovation support center. These are centers that are domiciled under KIPI. You know, KIPI is the Kenya Institute of what is it called? Kenya Industrial Properties Institute, yes. Where it's like they're bringing down the process of IP protection to, you know, grassroots level, where now these people can come and we can offer support in terms of patenting, whatever it is that they have. And also, yes, I think I'm losing my train of thought, but I was talking about the KIPI. They come and they offer the patenting. We also have trainings that we conduct, and we also teach these small scale jua kali people to fabricate their own equipments. Yeah, so we have had engagements where we are interacting with these people at that level, and you can see somebody is able to develop their idea from just an idea to something that is of use to the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I think as we move on, and from the hub's perspective, what is the demand from your innovators that you're working with? What are some of these facilities you see that are needed? And perhaps that will help our audience, our institutions to start thinking about what are these infrastructure that we should put across and open it up for access, because sometimes the infrastructure is there, but people don't know how to access it. How do we create that linkage between the labs and the innovators for progress and growth?
Okay, I guess for a start is Kenya, we are doing good in terms of infrastructure. I guess in Kenya, over 82% of the population in Kenya have access to 2G network, which means they can go online, which also means that they have a broader way of linking with other academic institutions. And I guess around over 60% can access 3G. And this has mainly made a lot of partnership easy because you don't need to be there physically to do a lot of things. But the problem that I have with the kind of the academia, the institution that we have in Kenya, it's not a challenge. It's a policy. It's a policy issue. This is because it's very hard to change a curriculum fast. So as you said, when you're talking about the people at Ngong Road, these are people who are they are mainly working on the issues, on the technologies that are upcoming technologies. But again, as we realize, since it's very expensive to change the curriculum, you also find that a lot of institutions, I know Dr. Basimbe and Adija, I don't know if they're going to beat me, but I just have to say it takes time for it to change and to evolve because it's very expensive. But again, the same institutions have received a lot of funding, which again, they should now start up with some new and emerging technologies that are working and that are relevant into the normal, into the actual community and the ecosystem, what is happening day to day. Like for example, just as Dr. Kosimbe talked about the 3D printing, like the garage, I guess a lot of institutions, I know that Kimathi is trying to do the same. They are doing that, but it's not all the universities. It's mainly the universities that are well structured. So the major challenge is the transition from technologies that how is the institutions evolving with the technology that you're having in the day-to-day life. And the other thing is the universities are good. And in my own opinion, another challenge would be most of the guys that you're seeing at Ngong Road or even here in Kenya region, how easy is it for them to access the facilities in the institutions. Because you'll have a lot of institutions that have very good facilities, very good research centers. Just as Sadija said, they have access to KP, patenting. But now, apart from the university now, how easy is the community? Like, for example, somebody from Nyeri, how easy can he access the services for him to get a patent? We have a lot of engineers here who have developed a lot of innovations, but the challenge is not even money. The challenge is not even the skill. It's the challenge is how can they get a patent? I know the universities have a very good structured way of filing this patent. Some don't even know how that should be done. And according to me, that's where the industry linkages to academia should be coming in, not only for the university, but again, for even the Juakari sector, the innovators that we are having here today. Because I know a lot of universities, they have all these structures, but we just need to start looking on how that can be translated now to the community. Apart from now, the students in the university or people in the university, how can the community plug in into the institutions?
Fantastic. And I think for my friend Cynthia, the need for collaboration is coming out in ways that we need to work together. And therefore, then we start thinking about how do we bring all these actors in one space. We've talked about over 50 innovation hubs, which allow us to go to the farthest corner of this country. Quite a number of universities, very well resourced. And also, the research fund and how it is deployed and applied for research and commercialization of research in the country. What do you think we should do beyond the boardrooms and the policies to just start getting or maybe to move to the next level of engagement and action towards a result for the innovation ecosystems in the country?
I think in the academia sector, there are more, they have more opportunities to expand, especially in the AI, in the 5G networks. As compared to innovation hubs, they are better equipped to equip the current academia students. And with innovation hubs, what we do, we are a middleman. Let's say a middleman, because with the university or the academia, the students come out with various innovations and come into the innovation hub with various innovations, and we try to bridge that gap and also equip them to become relevant in the industry and the current ecosystem. And it would be so much easier if the academia tries to minimize that gap by fully equipping the academic resources.
I think that's a good answer. And that takes me to the last round of questions, which will be answered by the two team panelists from academia, which is, and we're looking at it from the context of from kindergarten all the way to the university. What then should be the next skills for the future? What should we start seeing in our academia, in our curriculum, from the primary level, the high school level, all the way to the university, that we must embrace as Kenyan to really just get our people ready for the opportunities that are coming up in the digital space?
Maybe from where I sit, I think we need to simply teach problem-solving skills, or the set of skills that we call future skills now. And of course, people talk about soft skills and all that, but going into the future, and you realize that there are a lot of disruptions that come in. Yeah, like we don't know what will happen next. Yeah, so I cannot, for example, be comfortable with what I learned in the past. Yeah, because I don't know what will happen. Like, for example, I don't know whether accountants will be needed from next year. I don't know whether, anybody, depending on what you invested in for 20 years in the schooling system. Yeah, so to me, I think we need to be more agile in terms of just teaching problem-solving skills. Yeah, because all these things, we are here because somebody, of course, put up this structure. Yeah, and you can see, I definitely know he will make money. Yeah, so if you solve my problems, you will make money. So I tend to think we need to insist more on, of course, problem-solving skills. But I know the education experts know better in terms of what we need to get until we are around 20 years.
Yes.
Yeah, but you've seen a lot of things coming up in terms of problem-solving.
Yeah.
And that's what I would want to insist on. Yeah, including that mindset. You realize that our system, again, as I finish, has been more into, I go to class, I should not ask questions. The teacher knows everything. The teacher said, the library is there, but I don't want to even, read a book and question what the teacher was saying. The teacher maybe was even wrong. Yeah, so we basically need to change it, because again, we are very brilliant people. Yeah, and I know from our system, again, we basically get people who are very good. Yeah, and therefore problem solving will help us going forward. Thank you.
And maybe from your perspective, as possibly we get someone to help us with any questions from the floor, which our panelists can address.
I tend to agree with my colleague about the focus on problem solving skills. But another issue that I think even as parents and even as people in the education sector, we need to embrace is adopting to the new technologies that come up every single day. Technology is changing. It's today we had this, tomorrow something else has come up. So we need to find a way of adopting to new technology, because that is the future. But come maybe 5 years from now, some of the things we have are going to be obsolete. So what happens to maybe a student who is studying or doing something in a particular line? So even as we enhance our curriculums, we need to introduce the new aspects that are coming up. Another thing is that, our students, every time whenever I interact with the students and see some of the things the students are coming up, it's amazing. I always tell my students when, at the DHub and when we have these events, I wish we had these opportunities in my school. Probably we'll not be here, we'll be somewhere else. Yeah. But you see, it was not our time, but it is their time. And I tell them to grab any opportunity that comes their way, and to embrace any new technology that is also coming our way. And whenever I think of the kind of things that we're going to be seeing 10 years from now, it's actually mind-blowing when you think of what the students will be doing 10 years from now, the kind of things that they'll be churning out into the industry 10 years from now. It's actually amazing. So I think there needs to be more support from government in terms of even being flexible when it comes to curriculum changes. It's not everything that's cast in stone. Yes, A will always be A, B, C, D. The alphabet will always be, the numbering system. But there are other things that when something new comes, let's not stick with the old. Always try and change with the emerging trends. So I think that is what I would ask the government and also the academia to be very strong, even in terms of pushing this agenda to KICD and all those people who are in charge of the curriculum.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that speaks very well to the curriculum, the current change of curriculum and the discussions around let's go back, let's retain, learn, and just progress. Perhaps speaking to the fact that we need to just go forward, take lessons and improve as we move on. So any questions, anyone? We can take the first set of 3 burning questions and see whether we have time for another set as we go on. I can see one hand is up, thank you. 2, yeah, so we'll take the first 3 and then react to those and progress.
Hello,
Hey.
my name is Lailo Kot. So I'm seeking your take on an idea that I had. What of a third-party, say a startup that highlights the opportunities and challenges in industry, as well as the innovations and ideas in academia, and exposes students to this? Would such an idea be feasible? And if so, how would you structure such an organization?
Yes, we take 3, then we react to them. There are 2 hands in front here. I think we don't forget those. Please lift your hand very high up for ease of identification. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. My name is Joshua Shia, the founder of Gistra Youth Group. You have seen we are making banana flour. So my question is to Dedan Kimani. Like now we have partnered with University of Nairobi. But I want to ask Dedan Kimani if they do nutritional analysis because we want to package our flour. Can they help us with that? Should we pay or you are going to help us? We are also doing sugarcane juice. How can we help us?
Good morning. So my name is Francis. I'm the founder of HPAS Global. We actually, the innovation that won in the Konza Innovation Challenge, Josephine.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I have 2 questions for the academia. And one is actually what Madam from Dedan Kimani talked about. You mentioned Juakali so many times and I stood up. Because what you've done in the ecosystem, the innovation ecosystem of Kenya, we really copying the West a lot. And I think it's because the West have mastered they have really taken time to understand the innovation ecosystems. But here in Kenya, I think most of the innovations are in the Juakali sector. And my question is, which university studies Juakali sector and analyzes it so that we are now able to borrow from that? Like, how does, things like VCs of Juakali, how does it work? How do Juakali raise money? How do we, so that study is really needed in the university. So I think it's something I throw the challenge to you. The other question is on, again, the academia, the research, the research aspect. Because I'm happy that we now have the startup bill in Kenya. But there's a lot of challenges when it comes to following through the innovation ecosystem. And especially when it comes to really supporting the ecosystem, because we are all into the circles of business, which is good. Innovation helps you start, and of course there's a business model behind it. But how do we follow through these innovations and support them fully? Because, for example, I could be lucky, we won in the Konza Innovation Challenge. What about the million of other ideas that are out there? And they need to thrive, they need to be supported. How do we get that? So is it universities coming in and standing that kind of a research and saying, we have actually great ideas down there, but nobody cares about them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll first get a reaction to that, starting with a very direct one to Dekut, and then Doctor will address, I think, the 2. They are quite similar. Yeah.
You said you have banana flour and what, sugarcane juice. We have a very vibrant directorate of food. It's called Institute of Food Bioresource Technology, IFBT, which has also come up with some of the food products that that people are doing, and we also have labs that enable us, labs and equipment that we are able to come up with these innovations and drive them probably at a higher level. My advice would be, you're from this county, yeah? Some of the Juakali, can I call them artisans, that we've been able to work with have been because of having a very good relationship between the county government and the academia within their region, yeah? We've been able to get into MOUs with the county governments, and with that kind of push from the county government, they're able to bring in their people on board so that they can also be linked to the university, where you're able to access our labs, you're able to access the academic stuff that is there. So that is one way of looking at it. Number two, we're in the process of establishing also a KEBS lab in the university. This is still under the STP. So maybe when these things come into play, you'll find it's going to be easier. It's going to be more open to the public. But I would advise you to please pay a visit to our office. Yes. You come to Dedan Kimathi, ask to see me or my director, Dr. Lengo. We're in the Department of Research, Innovation Management and Community Linkages. And when you come, we are going to have a discussion and we're going to figure out how we can help each other. Yes, please pay us a visit and you're most welcome. Thank you. The other question was Jua Kali. Yeah, I go back again to linkage between the county government and the academia, because these things are being done within the county. The county, I'm sure, has some departments, industrialization and these small departments that they have that are able to link. They should be able to link the people who are coming up with these innovations in the Jua Kali sector and link them with the academia. And this is done through MOUs. Well, now we don't call them MOUs anymore. We call them cooperation agreements. So in your capacity as Jua Kali artisans, maybe try and push the county governments to be able to link you with the academia, because it's much easier when it goes through that panel than you coming as an individual. Yeah, so that would be my advice. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think on the issues you raised, the two questions. So I'll start with yours. Studies on Jua Kali. I know, of course, when you look at the institutional repositories, you'll definitely get individual researchers who have done those kind of studies. But the one that is targeting policy, I know that there is one that was that is basically under review. Due diligence is being done now, and I know there will be funding coming from FCDO at some point in time. I don't know who will win it. We bid it, so of course we want to see. And of course, in the inception report process, we should be able to of course see because Jua Kali, and you know what is really bringing Jua Kali to the table now is when you talk about a startup. How do you define a startup? We talk about startup, SME. So we really need to understand what we're talking about, because you cannot have a startup that runs for 2 years. Yeah, so of course you become MSME, startup, all these things. And the startup bill, of course, has given us an opportunity to be able to understand these issues. And your points are really valid. A lot of the times we simply copy paste. What is happening in other ecosystems we try to. Yeah, but of course we try to also contextualize, by interrogating what is working, what is not. Yeah, so the other bit is on M&E. Yeah, and the best thing that has happened to us is the new energy that is coming in from the Kenya National Innovation Agency. Yeah, where their role will not be like in the past, of course, where they want to run a leadership in innovation award. Yeah, or things that hubs are doing. Yeah, but rather, sitting back and, so we have all these hubs. Yeah, and that's very good for us. Yeah, because like, for example, when somebody calls me from Mombasa, I ask them, okay, there's a Swahili port, Swahili hub there, why can't you check what they're doing? Yeah, so I think what you said is valid, and I know Kenya is taking up the M&E role. Yeah, in terms of, we don't want a situation where we have serial innovators. I can tell you for free, there are guys who get money year in, year out. You go to exhibitions, they are the same guys, they have gotten an acoustic, those kind of challenges, So what we want to have is to be able to tell, yeah, this guy got here, he got this, is he moving, what are the challenges? And with ICT, of course, we can be able to get that. So I know Kenya is really taking up that particular role, yeah, because of their mandate. The other bit, as a startup, yes, you can try it out. I think it's a good idea if you are able to have a platform where we can visit at a fee to harvest ideas. And of course, we're talking about harvesting challenges. So if we are able to do that, and I think this is something that you ought to try. Yeah, now that maybe you have the time. Yeah, so simply have a platform. It can be online or an app. Yeah, check first whether there are any of those already done. Yeah, have that platform. Make sure you have real challenges from industries. Of course, market it. Yeah, in a way that as a young student in a university, I would be happier to work on a project, that will solve a problem, yeah, for a company. Because if I'm able to solve a problem, of course, the next thing that we will be talking about is absorbing me, or simply starting a startup that will be able to produce products that I'll buy, yeah, or that. So you can try that. I think it's a really good idea. Try to market it and put in a lot of work. I think with mentors like Savio and Tim, you are better placed, and feel free. I think for you, the sky is the limit. Yeah, so you can try it out. Thank you.
Just to add a little bit, I guess the question from my friend here is, Kenya is good. It's the global, it's the organization mandated to manage and run innovations in Kenya. But now coming down to the grassroots level, I guess even like Nyeri, we have the Chamber of Commerce. I guess even the chairman is around here. So things like if you want to reach also the universities and other institutions, KFD, all those things, I guess it's also very good if you can associate yourselves with such institutions in the region, which I guess it's the cost they ask is very low, and now you're able to access all those resources, because when you go alone, it's very hard. But like Nyeri, we have the Nyeri Chamber of Commerce. You go to another region, there's a Chamber of Commerce. We have the National Chamber of Commerce. So it's very good when you look at that. And also to conclude on the other one is, for me, on social networking and on social apps, for me, I always say you need to make sure that it's something that can be integrated by that party solutions, because you cannot develop anything in the social one. So if you can have it, have a third party, you can make it being able to integrate with some other third party solutions, I guess, is going to work.
Yeah, and maybe something that I just remembered, I think for us institutions, it's high time we figure out how to come down the ivory tower. Yeah, like for example, we need a shop. Like I'm thinking where I work along Thika Road, we need a shop just, along the fence, where somebody can come and say, I'm a Juakali guy, can I get this tested here? If I cannot get, I go away. Just the way I go and ask for a bolt and all that. Yeah, but also let's utilize the online platform. Write emails to the right people. Like she told you where she works. Yeah, so if it is matters innovation, of course, if you just visit a website, you will be able to get who to talk to. Write an email, shoot an email. Yeah, maybe they will answer, maybe they will not. Yeah, but you just try. Are you together? Yeah, because let's come down the ivory tower. Because if I tell you now to go and see CEO Konza, the secretary there or the receptionist will tell you, what do you want? No, you get the point. Yeah, so let's try all these other ways of doing that. Thank you.
Fantastic. I think the timekeeper looks like I still have another set to take. So we can get another set of 3 as I look at the moderator in terms of our time that we have. Any other burning 3 sets of questions? I don't want to lock anyone. Yes, I can see one hand on this side.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Wagoi Mushiri. I'm also a co-founder of GSTAR, and my question will go directly to DCOT. I just needed a clarification. Is the D-Hub open to the community around, those who are not students?
Yes, 3. But if we don't have, we can react to that first. Okay, there's more coming. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So my question again will go around what our brother said about the editors. If you look at what the gentleman from the MESFA, the banana flour, that he was manufacturing the banana flour. He's talking about he needs help. He's very well able to define what he needs. And he's able to define the institution that might provide what he needs. But if you listen to the answer from our panelists, it is so hard for him to get that. And one of the biggest challenges that we have is that we know where the innovations are. Everybody agrees there's a lot of innovation in the Juba County. But what we do, we have very structured systems that just don't address that. I mean, we are way out there. Tell him to go to the county government. I'm doubting that if he was to find his MCA, he would get out there with anything less than 200 shillings and nothing more. He will never get to the institution. If you talk about the other organizations for innovations, I'm even surprised that there is. I've never had them. But the government has an organized system of people who are very well trained, who are very well exposed, who should drive the innovation agenda. But where are they? In Nairobi. Have you ever seen them in Juakali? Have you ever heard about them? So how do we break this barrier? Because we all need the same thing. The Juakali guy needs something very little that will push him to the next level. The guy at the government high office with a good seat, a good car, and a per diem, would want to write a good report. But this report will come from these guys. How do we break that barrier? Maybe we need to innovate around it as well.
There was one more question. Let's take that.
Hello, my name is Mark. I'm a student in Dewan Kimathi. So my question is college degree worth it in terms of if I want to get into the tech field like software engineering? We've seen a lot of resources online. For instance, Google is offering the Google IT support professional certificate online for free. And after the course, you get a job at one of Google data centers. So is college degree worth it if you want to get in the tech field and want to pursue things to do software engineering, data science? Yeah.
Thank you very much. So that's my question. I'll attempt that, but I will share that with the software engineer in the panel around the need for academia. So let's start with you. Then there's one for Dekut. Then we'll tag team with Savio for the education.
Yeah, I think I just want to attempt. Your question is actually good. Yeah, and I think the way we are looking at it is, yes, of course, some organizations like Kenya, maybe they need to have presence here. Yeah, but before that happens, we don't want to wait. There is the online platform. So you can always write an email. That is one, because online, of course, they will tell you whether they can help you or not. But I think looking at it from where you are, yeah. So there's a Chamber of Commerce. I think that has been mentioned. There's also the trade, the CEC trade. We have a structure in the county government that handles industrialization, trade. We always have a docket for that. And because you're paying your taxes here, the structure is if you approach that particular office or officers in that particular docket, they should in a way be able to connect you, because again, there are logistical costs involved, which now we need to ask ourselves who will bear. Let me use an example. There's a gentleman who walked to my office, which is based at the gate there. So they just come in, and of course, as a young Kenyan, they want to be helped. And then they have seen Chandaria there, so we are here. So help us. You guys, you deal with innovation. So the guy opens up his folder. He has a lot of newspaper cuttings. Yeah, he has done planes which have been, featured in our leading dailies, Daily Nation. Yeah, then I'm like, okay, how do I help this guy? I know from where I sit, I cannot help this guy in my office or where we are. But this guy has very important skills, because of course, when you do a plane, of course, we know those planes in Jomo Kenyatta, they are more advanced than what this guy did. Yeah, those planes flying in and all. But with the kind of skills he has and his education, I introduced him to my contacts at NYS. And that's what NYS is very good at. You get the point? So the first thing that we need to do is, of course, communicate, because that officer in that particular office is paid by taxes to be able to add value to all of us. And if they don't do that, of course, they're not doing their work. Yeah. So for now, we need to interrogate what practically can work for us. And that's why I began by saying, I'm very happy that we have hubs, yeah, all over the country, because if I'm an innovator in Isiolo, I can go to the nearest hub, find out, can you help me in this? And then they will tell me, okay, this one, there is a challenge because you need to be here. Yeah, are you able to be there? No. Then how else can we be able to do this? As our ecosystem basically improves. So we don't have to wait. Are we together? And it's very, very important to push this. Yeah, and the much I know Kenyans, we are very good at pushing. If we push you and something is not coming out, we go to the next person. Yeah, and that way, of course, we are able to get there. Thank you.
Responding to the question that is Dedan Kimathi open to outside innovators. You're from just as a hub or is a company? It's a youth group, eh? Are we open? It is something we are currently exploring at the moment. Yeah, we have one innovator who we are trying to work with. It is work in progress. You know, we have to start from somewhere. So we want to see how that will go. But as I've said, feel free to walk into our office. You know, not everything is cast in stone. Maybe if it doesn't work with this one, it does not mean that it's not going to work with you. Yeah. So I would advise, if you're from Nyeri, right? Please feel free to walk into our office. You come to and ask for the Directorate of Research. Ask for me. Ask for Dr. Olengo. You'll be led to our office, you'll be guided, and from there we can be able, you know, the first step is normally the hardest, you know, but after that, everything kind of falls into place. The first step is for us to have an engagement. So feel free to walk into our offices, you know. You could be our first client, who knows? You could be the first people that we're innovating at DHub. You know, Georgia is in charge of the DHub there. And I know we've been trying to work with one innovator. Yeah, so please walk into our office and let's see how we can begin. We can begin this journey together. Okay? Thank you.
So there's a question in regards to is the degree, is it important in the engineering sector? That's a very funny question. In my opinion, it's like being a child and you're able to breastfeed and you are full and you start asking, do I have to eat for me to, I can breastfeed the whole of my life? So the answer to that, according to me, is it's very important because there's a lot of things that you learn apart from just the education, because I know why he asked that question is because you also have a lot of software engineers who did study software engineering, did study computer science, people who did communications and they're very good in software engineering, people who are good marketers, but they're very good in the technical sector. But what I can say is when you go through the whole education level and you're able to achieve a degree, there's a lot of things that you learn apart from just the skills, the academic skills. There's a lot of things. There's communication skills, there is design thinking skills, the business analysis. So for me, it's very important and it should not be a question anymore.
Yes, so I would say that you know, academics is all about being taught how to think, you know, and when we graduate, we are told you've been given powers to read. So essentially, and I know most large telcos or many large tech companies are now saying, come and show us what you can do. We don't care papers that you have. Now, what they don't tell you is that what you can do also is dependent on foundations, principles, and all this is what we learn in first year, second year before we start doing our projects. And therefore, then, in as much as you will go take a digital course, learn programming, there's so much more to your first degree, which opens up your path for anything that you want to do. And that's why you see marketers in tech, technicians in marketing. It's all about just the foundations of
the principles. Many times in my earlier career, we went to what we used to say, we are going back to the basics. Let's go back to the basics. And here we start saying, okay, what are the principles? And it was almost going back to what we learned and now starting to apply it in the context of a business problem. And I believe that is where now we respected our lecturers and said, okay, this is what we were taught. And therefore, to solve this problem, you apply all these principles in the context of the emerging technologies that we've learned to be able to arrive to the business decision. So I think that's what I would say. And I would also say that it's a continuous learning process. It never ends at first degree. And I mean, we've said the life is changing and therefore we must continuously sharpen this. So learn and learn, relearn, and question the ways that we've been taught, even as part of challenging and being ready for the future that is. See, you want to add something?
Yes, I'd like to add something. I like the second bunch of questions that I've had. I like what you're doing with the group. Karibu Nakuru Box, you can come. At Nakuru Box, we meet so many groups and initiatives, and we welcome them all. We train them, we support them, and we connect them to the right people. Yeah. And I've noticed that sometimes there is a gap, there is a big gap. And for innovation hubs, we are open to all kinds of innovations. The main major issue I've noticed is that all these innovators need to do more research because we have so many innovation hubs. You need to look for the innovation hub that will actually assist you in the area of your innovation. If it's a tech innovation that you do have, just go do more research. There's Coinlib Egerton, there's JQuat, there's DHub. Just look for the most effective hub that will assist on the various innovation you have.
Thank you very much. I saw one person, so we'll take your one question and then have a round of conclusion from our panelists as we end the session.
Maybe before we take that question, I've liked what you have said.
Yes.
Because I think part of the disconnect that we're having is that most of the hubs don't have their affairs in order. They don't have proper structures in place. So even when you come and pitch to maybe a hub in the university, or you come and pitch to someone in the academia, there's that disconnect. So maybe first, as you said, identify a hub that actually helps you with your innovation, and then put your house in order. And by the time you're coming, you have structures in place, we're able to work with you. You know, you're not just a briefcase company from somewhere where we don't know where to find you come tomorrow. You know, where is your office? I'm now office. Where is this? You don't have. If we have to trace you, you have an office, do you have an email address? It's for, let's say it's for an individual who probably mulikosana along the way and they left, you know. So maybe also have your affairs in order before you want to move on to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So one last question, and then we take our closing remarks from our panelists.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Alex G. Derito, the CEO of Masa Energy Suppliers Kenya. I am dealing with clean energy. I'm the one who headed the clean energy stuff. And my concern is, for instance, now my company, we used to work with around 120 young people who I had trained the technical problems of this item. And therefore, I had distributed them across the country so that I can be able to manage or to control the damages and maintenance of the item. Now for us, we have gone beyond now starting. We are not starting. We are somewhere, just like the way Dumuti, they are somewhere, they are doing it. They are in business, in short. So for the last 6 years we have been in business. Now, I would like to hear from you, addressing these two different people, a startup and now a person who is in business. Now for me, I'm in business. I would like to hear how I can be able to be assisted, or how you can be able to assist me or our company to manufacture or to produce these items in bulk. Why? Our problem is not marketing. We already have a market, but the supply is very low because the cost of production of this item is very expensive. So we need assistance where we can be able to produce in bulk in an affordable cost, and we can be able to supply where the demand is. Thank you.
It's a very good problem because what you talked about, the last part, that's what something the startup is trying to solve, whereby the problem that you have is not market problem, it's not even the product problem, it's mainly, it's all about money. It's not about, you don't even need a grant because according to you, you already have a market. So, and that's something that a lot of institutions are doing. I know they are there, the youth fund, there's a lot of fund that is going in. The only thing that we need to do is you get to know the policies that have been put in place for you to access credit, because there's a lot of credit available for people like you in the manufacturing sector. But again, I'm not an expert in manufacturing, but what I know is manufacturing goes with the scale, the number that you intend to produce. So if you can be able to be connected with people who are offering credit, maybe at 0%, that would be very good. But again, even before you get there, make sure you have a solution on ways that you can manufacture them in bulk, so that you don't just go there and then they ask you, how many do you want? You have no idea. Where do you want to manufacture them from? You have no idea. So one thing is make sure you have put your house in order, but there's a lot of credits in regards to access to credit to such things that you're doing.
I just wanted to add to the portfolio of organizations he has mentioned. You can also try Growth Africa for a revenue share. Yeah, but it's really, really important that the kind of money you're asking is not 50,000. It's not 500,000. So there's money, but there's serious money also because you have a market.
Yeah, and even a lot of the hubs that we are having, I know the chairman. Okay, here we have two chairmen, the former chairman and the current chairman. I know most of the hubs, you have partnerships with various institutions that offer such credits, either on equity or I know there is my friend who is offering such money, but you're given around 10 years to repay, although you repay 3 times the total amount that you're having. But that is just one of them. There's a lot of them that have various different criteria for you to access.
I saw Cynthia, you're very excited. Do you want to add something?
Yes, I'd like to add something to your question. Firstly, an innovation hub would be the best place for you to come, because innovation centers, we have a pool of investors and also mentors. When it comes to entrepreneurship, we have various trainings like how to pitch, how to manage your finances, how to put your house in order. When it comes to startups and startup companies, what we do, we link you to the best funding, the best companies, the best mentorship programs, and after that you'll be able to get a really good funding to expand your business.
Thank you very much. And lastly, I will just say that you also need to understand what is it you need. Is it the money? Is it a smart production facility? Is it capital? Then that from that point you'd be able to be assisted. So that first you clarify exactly, is it the technology you're using that is slow? Do you need access to a lab or a fabrication facility? Is it a plant equipment you need to establish and put in place to increase your production? Or is it a combination of both so that then you can be able to identify where you can get support? But speaking is half of solving the problem. So please, the fact that you've come out and said, look here, I have a business case that works, it's tested. We have customer relationship support officers all over the place. We want to produce more. I think that is the beginning of solving your problem. And I'm sure from this panel, they have a lot of contacts that we can establish, including mine, to just see what exactly is the problem and how can we be able to support you. So as we come to the end of this panel, I want to just ask, as all our panelists, as you came and you reflected upon the topic of the day and thinking, what is the one thing we should do? What would that be as your parting shot to improve and enhance the relationship between industry and academia as preparing for the growth of our innovation space and the future of our economy?
Maybe the last words are that our ecosystem is taking shape and it's improving by day. Yeah, so knowledge or information is basically everywhere. There are a lot of solutions already for the challenges that we're discussing in this particular room. Even from the Ministry of Industrialization, if you visit their website, there's basically an information pack for companies, young companies. Yeah, so let's just hold together and move forward as a country. And I know we should be able to support each other, from whatever corner. Yeah, so let's keep on doing what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mine is a funny one, so don't laugh. But what I learned is you just need to Google. Even when I was asked to be on this panel, I just Googled. Everything that I talked about here, I wasn't bored with it. I just Googled. So before even you ask anything, even before you start doing anything, 80% of the Kenyan market has 2G network. Just Google.
Thank you very much, Savio.
Yes, Savio, Google is your friend, right? My parting shot is this. I think we need to support the quick exposure to the emerging trends in the industry. We also need to focus a lot on the soft skills, especially in terms of presentations of innovations, because I think that is where some of the innovators go wrong, because you have this amazing product or innovation, but you cannot market it, you cannot pitch it. So I think that also is something that needs to be looked at. But I'm happy that the conversation has started about how we can be able to bridge the gaps that we're having, and things can only get better from here. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So my parting shot is we need to do more research from Google. More research, more innovation, and let's keep innovating. Let's keep finding solutions to various challenges we are having. And we thank all innovation hubs and also the academia for creating this platform for everyone to actually come up and learn and also create and create.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cynthia. And I think with that, we come to the end of this panel session. I want to say that it's a journey. It's a journey, and we are on course. Just like a car starts, you start at 0, you go to 20, 40, 80, and you accelerate. We believe that we are very, very well pleased to drive the innovation ecosystem of this country to the next level. As you said, we don't want to be number 4, we want to be number 1. And most importantly, we want to invest in our own innovations from our own self because we believe in their success. So thank you very much for taking time and honoring the invitation. We are grateful to have you with us. And I believe from the floor, we have taken something of value from the interaction that we've had in the last 1 or so hours. So with that, I say thank you, and I want to invite all of us to give our panelists a very, very warm round of applause as we appreciate them. invite you to take the floor. Thank you very much, and have a good rest of conference. Thank you.
So let's appreciate them as they go back to seat. Thank you so much, Josephine. I've been upgraded, so I'll not be holding these old shaky things. Huh? Yeah. So do I look cool? Hi. Habari zenu. So I want to say something, then we go to a very interesting session. It won't take that long. I know we have different things that we need to do. So when we come to these events, we are talking about innovation. And in innovation, we have 4 things that we need to look at. And those are the only 4 things that exist in innovation. I want to help you look at them, 4 things. So there's one thing that we call the value curve, and that's the only thing that you ever do to satisfy a customer or to get anything out there. So you only have 4 options when it comes to value to anyone. Number 1, it's either you eliminate something from that industry. Either the second thing, it's either you raise the standard in that industry. The other one is, I started with eliminate, or what did I start with? Yeah? Eliminate, yeah, raise, then there's reduce if it's crowded, and the last one, who can give me the last one? Something was not there, you create. So those are the only 4 options that you have. So in everything that you do, just make sure you have one of those things that aligns with your innovation. So I want us to go to another quick panel. This one will be a little bit quick, but that was great from that panel. Can we appreciate them again? We are going to go to another panel. The moderator has traveled, I think, how many kilometers? Those are 500 plus another 60, 700, 1400 to and fro. Oh, so Magdalene will be coming up. But before that, we want to play a video from the innovators as they prepare to come up here. So we should be having a video.
My name is Kennedy Thiongo. I am the founder of Kencado Avocado Oils. I have been in this industry for the past 5 years. I was inspired by my uncle to, and later on we started developing avocado oil equipment that is efficient and is able to process avocado oil using its waste as a fuel for the boilers, where we have been selling this oil in local markets and international markets. We have markets as far as China, Poland, and Spain. Kencado is more of a research and marketing company that deals with oils, not only avocado oil, but also essential oil, macadamia oil, peanut oil, and so many other produce. We major in oil, in essential oils and in organic oils. I've partnered with Alpha Star Industries in developing avocado oil equipment. We have a plan to franchise Kencado using our locally developed equipment. A major challenge is in developing equipment. We have a very good model of an advanced equipment that we want to develop, but we come short on finances. We want to have a facility that is able to produce at least 40 tons of oil in a month, and we have plans for how to expand so that we can get to that capacity. We have like 5 processors of avocado oil processing for our market. We have a big market in Spain requiring 100 tons of oil every month, so that much we can't achieve on our own. So we're really looking to franchise the entity so that we can be able to achieve that goal of selling 100 tons of oil in a month. What drives me is I'm passionate about value addition. I'm passionate about research. I feel for the Kenyan youth, unemployed youth. I went into research and production of these products so that we can get the challenge of unemployment in the youth, amongst the youth around.
So thank you so much. Ken Kado are here. So Ken Kado, if you can stand up so that we can appreciate you, or maybe you can even come in front here so that we can appreciate you for the good work that you're doing. So Ken Kado. So we appreciate him as he comes. So, thank you so much. So we were to go to another panel, but we have one of our main speakers. He wants to speak because he's going for another session, something else. So this is Ken Kado, working here in Nyeri, doing a very amazing job, has markets in Spain. So this is a guy that we are looking forward to seeing. This is the next multi-millionaire, billionaire in a few months to come. Right? So thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much. So we go to that session. Let's have you take us abroad.
Thank you very much, Ken. So on online, we have the Director, Africa Center for Statistics, UNECA, Dr. Oliver Chiganya. Dr. Maybe you can bring him here.
I can hear you. Thank you very much. I can hear you.
Just a moment, Director.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Let me know when you're ready, when you want me to start. I can hardly hear you.
No, we can start.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I was just waiting. So good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you are, but I suppose that everyone is in Nyeri at the moment. Just want to recognize whoever is connected. So it's a great honor for me to speak to you at this Mount Kenya Investment and Innovation Week initiative. It is my privilege to congratulate all stakeholders, that includes the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, Office of the Nyeri Governor, the counties of Kirinyaga and Meru, and of course the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, who have supported this great initiative that will have an enormous impact because it offers youth, startups, and women the opportunity to access foundational knowledge, digital tools, and platforms to enable them become innovators, entrepreneurs, and tech leaders to solve challenges in Kenya and across the continent. It is also really my privilege and to congratulate all the youth innovators who took part in this Innovative Week hackathon activity, in which various groups have showcased concrete projects developed and received recognition. Today's ceremony showed that to become tomorrow's innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders of Africa's youth need to be empowered with digital skills and access to technology and markets that are essential to thrive in an increasingly digital global economy. However, more needs to be done to ensure youth have access to STEAM at a young age, the Mount Kenya Investment and Innovation Week will provide the necessary technology education and skills foster innovation and entrepreneurship and support people and skills development to youth and women to promote Africa's integration, generate inclusive economic growth, stimulate job creation, break the digital divide, and eradicate poverty for the continent's socio-economic development, and ensure Africa's ownership of the modern tools of digital management. Let me just share with you some of what I would consider really key factors. As you know, we have all coming out from COVID, and COVID has affected growth trajectory across the African continent. African countries will suffer a decline of at least 2 to 3% of GDP growth, whereas if containment isn't reached. Anchored by implementation of the AfCFTA, consolidates Africa into a $2.3 trillion market of about 1.3 billion people in Africa, therefore creating market opportunities, scale economies, improved competition, and lower business costs. Thirdly, I want to believe that intra-Africa exports are expected to increase the most of the industrial products. With this, which means that gains ranging between 25%, which is roughly about $36.1 billion, to almost 30%, roughly around $43.3 billion under all ambition of scenario and high ambition scenarios. And fourthly, with the lowest of the internet penetration that I think all of you perhaps have been discussing during this forum, the African region has the widest digital gender gap in the world, with 22.5% of women using internet compared to 33.8% of men. And this needs to be addressed. And I think the issues that you've been discussing will go towards addressing some of these issues in narrowing the gap between the men and the female. Among the obstacles affecting Africa are its weak digital connectivity, limited infrastructure, which includes high cost of bandwidth, cybersecurity, and skills, as well as digital literacy. Again, some of the things that really needs to be addressed going forward. By the display of the projects and exhibitions that were shown during this week, we can see tangible evidence that the initiative taken by ECA and partners of the Investment and Innovation Week have had enormous impact in terms of bridging the digital skill gap. The Investment and Innovative Initiative is expected to reach more youth, startups, as well as SMEs through more events such as this one by 2022. This is in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 5 on gender, and as well as SDG 4 on education and skills development. The over 100 innovations exhibited during this week offer practical solutions for a range of issues, from healthcare to mobility management within the context of Africa Expanded List Integrating Economy. Through initiatives like this, the Economic Commission for Africa is building the momentum towards promoting an interdisciplinary approach to learning and skills development that will promote the mainstreams of ICTs, gender, and coding into a national curricula. Now, what are the actions in terms of where ECA would like to take this initiative going forward? I want to believe that to address some of these fundamental cross-cutting issues and complex impact of digitalization in empowering growth and women, the MSME seeks to actively become analysts, creators, and designers, placing them on a track to expand their business and play an effective role in the goods and services supply chain, which ECA has taken several initiatives. And some of them I would like to address some of the initiatives that ECA has actually taken, has actually been leading. One is the Africa Business Heroes Program, an initiative of the Alibaba Group Initiative, will be awarding select girls from an innovative fair with the opportunity to pair with a mentor from various roles, models, and leaders in a STEAM field from around the world. Secondly, through the ANT Group, this is the 10 by 1,000 Flex program, ECA is providing training grants through the ANT Group. Professionals with at least 3 years of experience in fintech or digital-related fields are encouraged to apply. The best practice approach provided by Fintech Foundation programs encourages innovative startups to manage resources within a fintech or digital-related fields to find homegrown solutions in Africa, to incentive startups so that they're able to design tools that will be helpful in combating localized challenges to ensure that we are finding appropriate solutions. And I think that was the purpose of actually being here, to see what solutions can actually be designed or devised. Thirdly, the Economic Commission for Africa and its partners are supporting the establishment of the Africa Research Center for Artificial Intelligence in Congo-Brazzaville. Some of you, I think you may have heard about this initiative that's coming up in Congo. Fourthly, the Economic Commission for Africa, together with local, national, and regional partners, to work into a collaborative to establish and provide support to innovative innovation hubs, which basically will be local, national, and regional, to ensure that we have the incubators and also accelerators. The potential for incubators for young girls and women are to help kickstart and accelerate innovation in the tech and social spheres and adapt to the local needs, allowing businesses to stay operational and to access new markets. Fifthly, at the Economic Commission for Africa, together again with the partners, so we build that we believe that this is an activity that we have to go not just by ourselves, but with others as well. We'll build awareness about the gender digital divide and facilitate discussions among policymakers, stakeholders, to address the fundamental cross-cutting and complex impact of the digitalization in empowering girls and young women to actually become computer programmers, creators, and designers, placing them on a track to take up studies and careers in ICT sector. So this is critical. And therefore, I would like to ask that, may seek your indulgence just to allow me once again to really congratulate and thank the girls and young women that have been here during this period, as well as the partner institutions for the investment and innovative fair, whom I have who have offered their support and continue to collaborate in this enormous initiative on bridging the digital gender divide, which is really an issue that needs to be addressed on the continent, and thereby, with the goal of to empower learners with technical and soft skills so that they can thrive in Africa's evolving digital technology industry. I want to believe, those that are connected, the young girls, women that are here, that the skills, the knowledge, and the experiences, the best practices that you have shared here should not end with this forum. That wherever you are, you should be able to begin, to leapfrog, to move on to a different level in terms of innovation, creating solutions that will help improve the lives of people in the country and also in the institutions that you work for. So really, I want to wish you all the best that as you conclude this today, and that you'll have more opportunities that is going to be there. At ECA, I want to reiterate our commitment to working with partners that are, would like to work with us on this path to be able to achieve that which is needed and be able to improve and attain the SDGs as planned. So with that, I would like to thank you once again for all the organizers and all the best, and also the opportunity that you've given me to participate at the closing of this session. Thank you very much.
Happy, and on behalf of the team here, we would like to say thank you to ECA through you. Everybody did know ECA as the main sponsor for this event, and Dr. Chinganya, we were able to impact over 250 women and around 100 SMEs, and we also had 102 software engineers for the hackathon, and today we'll have 20 top innovators who are going to be onboarded to our acceleration program. So thank you very much, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you. Yeah, so now we can go ahead with the other program. Ken. I guess we will be showcasing another innovator who underwent the hackathon, and also another innovator who is among the SMEs. So let's watch and see.
a founder member of Gista Youth Group, and the aim of the group was, and it still is, process green bananas from our community because they are very abundant here. And before we started the project, farmers were going at a loss, and as youth, we decided to come with a solution to help our local farmers. That's when we started this industry back in 2013, and up to now, we are doing variation of bananas. Although we had challenges at the beginning, but the national government and the donors and the members contributed to build this industry, and now we are producing banana flour. Although the project is capable of producing other products, only that we don't have the financial capacity to produce all the value-added products from the bananas. The progress of this group and the project, since we started, we did not have a proper factory. We used to sun-dry our bananas using sacks, gunias. We would dry in the open air. So right now we have solar dryers. We have a processing house. We are certified by Kenya Bureau of Standards. We have met all the standards of a processing industry. We have the technology, we have the capacity, know-how. So now we have everything that is required of an industry. What we are remaining now is the capacity to produce more value-added products. So we are looking forward to venture in the next value chain of bananas, because currently we are only producing banana flour. So we can be able to produce banana chips because bananas are available throughout the year. The challenges we have right now that is hindering the progress of our project is we have a very small mill. So we do outsourcing of milling to the portion mill at the market centers. That is making our product get mixed with other products from the portion mill. We also have a challenge of a proper packaging.
So, thank you so much. Ikijisalimia tena wewe. So, we are going very well, and I'm enjoying the sessions, the talks, and actually everything. So the only thing that I was waiting for is this one here. I don't know if your name will be here. See, we know we have the awards. So, or you want me to award myself? No, I can, if they award me. So in a few minutes, we'll be announcing our winners. I can see guys from the hackathon, the innovators. You are all now awake, looking at the blank check here. So in a few, it will be written and someone will sign it. Hello? Yes. Hi. So now you can listen, eh? Okay, I'll not even throw it away. I'll just put it here. No. And see. Yeah. So that when you want to sleep, you can look at your future here and be reminded why you need to keep your eyes open. So we move on next to another quick session. Very interesting. It's about innovators, talking to innovators about how they go on day-to-day basis. How do they get financing? How do they work? Let's know more about startups. Let's know more about people who have been there, the role that we are all trying to be or we are going through, and some people who have been also in the investor forums. Let's know something about that. So our moderator will be Magdalene, the chairperson of Association of Country Hubs. She was elected anonymous. What? Unopposed with all anonymous. We don't know you. Eh? Okay. So thank you so much. You have your mic there. We elected her, and now she will be the chair for the next 2 years. She will introduce the panel, and let's give them maximum 30 minutes. So that we can do the rest, and we should be out of here in a few, maybe 1 hour max. Thank you. Tafadhali, I can see you're speaking. Pole. Madam.
To be promoted, thank you, but thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chepkemoi Magdalene. I'm the founder and the executive director at Eldo Hub. Eldo Hub is a tech innovation hub based in Eldoret, where we support youth and women by preparing them to benefit from the opportunities the digital economy offers. And we also want to close the skills gap in Africa's job market. We also run an entrepreneurship development program where we support startups to start and grow businesses by leveraging on technology. So that's me. Apart from that, I am the chairperson of the Association of Countrywide Innovation Hub, an association or a network which brings together all innovation hubs across the country, and mainly focused on all those innovation hubs which are outside Nairobi. You've all heard that there's a lot of focus in Nairobi. Now we want to go outside Nairobi and see some of the innovators who are doing an amazing job and give them a platform to grow. And we want to do it together. We don't want to work in silos, and that's why we came together as the association. So you are part of our clients, and Mount Kenya, and all the hubs in Mount Kenya are also members of the association, and we support each other. We want innovators and startups to work together. We want you to share ideas and see ways in which we come together. We don't need to be competitors, right? And let me tell you one thing, this market will always be enough for all of us. So that's the more reason for all of us to work together. Whether you're from Rift Valley, whether you are from Mount Kenya, whether you are from where, the young people, they usually say we don't have a tribe, right? Because we always speak in one language and we always want to work together. So thank you so much. I would like to invite our panelists, and starting with Julia Muiruri from Ryan's Lab. Please put your hands together for Julia. As she comes, let's also have Anne Nderitu from Swift Lab, the drone guys. Karibu sana. Third, we have Clinton Odwor from Sigma Square Fellow. And lastly, we have Shadrach Kiprotich from Plant Signal. Karibuni sana. Shadrach Kiprotich. Thank you so much. So as you can see, we have young people doing an amazing job. And let's wait for Shadrach to settle in. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for participating in this as young people, and also for doing an amazing job. So I'll just give each and every one of you 2 to 3 minutes just to introduce yourselves and tell us about your companies. What do you do in your companies? And what really motivated you to start? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Anne Nderitu, a co-founder and chief operations at Swift Lab. Swift Lab, we manufacture and operate drones, and the first company to be manufacturing drones in the country. Yeah, I'm an aerospace engineer by training and also a drone pilot.
Hi everyone, my name is Shadrach Kiprotich, and I'm the co-founder and also the CEO of Plant Signal, where we help farmers eradicate pests and diseases through AI. What motivated us to start the company is we as human beings, we need to eat. So that was the main motivating factor. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is Julia Muiruri, and I'm a co-founder and operations officer at Ryan's Lab Limited, where we are a company that builds devices
which leverage IoT and AI to introduce tech into the wild to save our wildlife and also prevent cases of human-wildlife conflict. And so practically we're just saving our wildlife that we would want the future generation to enjoy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Clinton Odor. I'm a Sigma Squared Fellow. I'm here representing the Sigma Squared Fellowship, the Kenyan chapter. So Sigma Squared is an organization is structured in form of a community of founders under the age of 26, empowering each other and also sharing progress, also sharing challenges and also inspirations among themselves in order to help each other like grow their startups. So the main reason of Sigma Squared is that we just want to create like a relationship between founders when they are young up to the point that they grow to like a very big startup, most probably like a unicorn. So we take a case study, like imagine the current relationship between the Kenyan government and the British government, the relationship between Johnson Boris and Uhuru Kenyatta. So we try to take a situation whereby imagine they met each other when they were around 22 years. So you could just imagine the relationship that we could be having today with the UK. So that's why Sigma Squared was formed, so that the young founders can inspire each other. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just use one. So I would like to find out more. When did you know that you had an idea worth building a business out of it? Yeah. I don't know when to go fast, but we can. Okay. I'd like to say that ideas are just ideas, until you start building a business around it. You really can't get any validation from ideas, because when you talk to young people, everyone has very beautiful ideas that you hear and you're like, oh, I want to be part of that. But until you start talking to users, building a product around it, and going to the market, getting feedback from the customers, that's the only way you can get good validation from it. So for us, it's just been a long journey up to the part we are, up to the stage we are right now. So started with building a prototype, making sure that's working, then now talking to different stakeholders and potential customers, and then now up to the stage now we are signing up clients. So that's the validation. I'd say it's the real validation. Like when you get a paying customer, that's. Yeah, that's the winning validation we want. Yeah, so as SwiftLab, recently we signed a contract with Posta that will see us, will help us be a technology partner to Posta, and we'll be doing a medical delivery project across the country. Yeah, that's the biggest validation you can get when someone pays money to your account. Thank you.
Okay. So like for us, currently we are in the pilot stage, and what was the main factor for us building the company was that we as human beings need to eat, and most of our food, they come from farms, right? But now the problem with now farms, the farmers get pest and diseases, and that majorly affects the crop productivity. And once the crop productivity is affected, prices tend to rise up, and there'll be food shortage. So probably there won't be enough to feed the growing population. And that was our starting point. We had to define the problem and see how can we manage these like menace of pest and diseases. And so far, we've been able to pilot around Nyeri region, sides of Kiawara, Chaka, sides of Karatina, like that's where we are heading to. And yeah, I guess that's it.
Okay, so for the journey at Triumphs, I can say it was sort of a personal story from one of our co-founders. So he's from a region, he's from Laikipia, and if you've been following the news, you'd realize that cases of human-wildlife conflicts are really on the rise. Like we have small boys who are even afraid of going to school because they get mauled by hyenas on their way to school. We have men being trampled on by elephants in their own homesteads. So that was sort of a personal story from where he comes from, and he decided to do something about it. So he came back to school and put together a team. So basically that is where the idea grew from. So the second place was our interaction with our customers. So at Triumph, what we do, before even going back to the engineering, before even going back to design our devices, we have interactions with our users because definitely we are there for them. So after interacting with the Kenya Wildlife Service, the product we were actually presenting to them was the first product they used, the camera trap, to be used in monitoring animals in the wildlife facilities. But then from the interactions with them, he himself gave us another need that they had, and that was the emergence of our second product. So you can see that the ideas and what we work on at Triumphs are basically driven by what our users need. So that is like the second place where we knew that we really need to continue doing what we're doing, since it was just an idea. It was a personal story from one of us. It's now a need that is being expressed by the users. And finally, speaking as a Kenyan, we know that tourism is the second largest sector of our country's economy. So if you put that in mind, you also realize that there's a validation of the need of having such devices in the world, right? So that is like how we grow from an idea to the products that we currently work on. Thank you.
Okay, for me, I want to go to a startup, but I'm just going to talk about why the Sigma Squared community in Kenya. So the progress that we have been having in terms of the Sigma Squared around the world is that the Sigma Squared community is currently in about 5 continents with more than 1,000 fellows and founders. So Sigma Squared has helped companies, small companies, startups to raise to heights that they never thought that they would rise at such a young age. At 26, we have members who have valuations of over $1 billion, and that's what we wanted to bring in our country in Kenya. So if you look at the startup ecosystem in Kenya, it's a little bit complex. We have a lot of broken industries with opportunities that can create impact. And those are types of startups that are being encouraged to sign up for the community so that they can leverage the platform. So currently, the Sigma Squared community in Kenya has 2 startups. One of them is called Lima Labs. You can check it out from the internet. The other one is called Hatua Bikes. The Lima Labs one is more of an agricultural tech startup, and the Hatua Bikes is in the mobility space. If you look at the successes that the 2 startups have created so far, we have a startup, for example, that has raised more than 1 million euros in Kenya. So what we have been thinking and how we have been perceiving the funding ecosystem in Kenya, we usually find that it's usually very hard to raise funds, and that's one of the reasons whereby Sigma Squared really comes in, whereby if you just go to those startups that have raised funds, you'll find that there's things that we are not being told on how people raise funds. And if you look at how people outside there raise funds, most of the times usually through referrals. But if you look at our ecosystem in Kenya, you'll find that sometimes you don't even know whom you're going to, who is going to help you, raise the funds, like who's going to introduce you to the investor that you want. So at Sigma Squared here in Kenya, we are really focusing on referrals. It's a community whereby we really value referrals, whereby if you see like somebody working on something great, something that you think that can be also a unicorn, you can be referred to top investors. Because like if you look at, just to repeat, if you look at how people are present funds, you'll find that you will never know who's going to fund your startup. The person who's going to fund your startup, you won't have like a direct connection with. If somebody is going to refer you to one person, the person refers you to another person, and the person will then refers you to like a third person. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think from what we've had, it's based on the need. First of all, the need, and also if someone is ready to pay, like Anne has already shared, is someone ready to pay? So that's when you know that it's something actually you can build a business out of it. But also, I like what Julia said about a personal story. Business or startup is built by people. So there has to be a person who is really passionate and obsessed with solving that problem. So thank you for that. I think from what Clinton Odor has already shared, I would like to start with you again. What does it take to successfully raise capital for startup in East Africa and especially Kenya? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. That's an interesting question. I think like the way we usually perceive raising funds is usually like very different. For us, we usually want to raise funds when, for example, we think that we just have a product or we just have a prototype. You have just like done like a prototype and you think that you need funds. Sometimes the best time of raising funds is usually after you have put in some traction. So the main thing that the investors usually look at is usually like traction. You must show at least that you have something, and the investment that you're going to get is just going to help you. It's just going to oil like your growth, so that you can move from one to maybe infinity. So that's the main thing to look at when you want to raise funds. You must have like traction, and traction is usually king. The next thing is that you usually need to know how like you are also supposed to know how to make a story, because if you look at how fundings are raised all over the world, you find it a little bit different. If you go to some places like the US, you'll find that the investors even don't fund like ideas. They usually fund like just a person. They look at, for example, a team. So like team is usually very key. They want to know like the team that you have, does it have the capacity to do whatever you were saying you want to do? And does it have capacity in terms of, for example, if it's a tech startup, does it have the technical capacity? And also, does it have like the business capacity in terms of creating value of what you are doing? The other thing I would say is that we need to know how to talk to each other, because you might never know who is going to help you like raise funds. So that's an area whereby we usually fail at sometimes, whereby you find that somebody just say that he or she wants to raise funds, working from one place to another, but doesn't really want to tell people like, doesn't want to tell other people what you're doing. Some people tend to be a little bit like complacent in terms of what they're doing. They don't want to share their story. So in terms of raising funds, also you need to like also talk to other people. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think Julia and the rest can add also something. Yeah.
All right. So I think I'll also concur with what Clinton has shared. And from my experience, so I was part of an entrepreneurship hub training program. And I remember there was a module on introduction to seeking funds. And I remember the very first question that was asked was, what do you need the money for? So in as much as you are starting, to build something, it gets to a point where you actually need the money, but you'll find that at the beginning of it, when you get the money, most likely you might not use it in a way that will later come back and like be revenue for you in the startup. So when it comes to investors, I might only speak from the experience that we've had as Bryans. So we recently won an award. So the Kenya National Innovation Agency has this competition that is annual. And for 2020, 2021, we were the winners in the manufacturing, engineering, and ICT category. So I can say that the process and what they were looking after was really like if we were able to show the growth since the very beginning of our idea, what we're able to do like 1 year ago. So as a young company, you should be able to, like effectively speak the journey that you have walked. They need to see the growth. They need to see that you've moved from point A. You got, let's say, funding 50,000. This is what you did with it. And the accountability part also, like counts a lot. Then the other thing is on your financial projections. As a young company, you need to show that at least you've thought about what will you do if, let's say, you get the money. If, let's say, you're applying for a grant worth millions. If you usually get it, what do you have a plan already in place, or you'll just be confused with a lot of money in your account and probably end up making very bad decisions. So I think that is like the key highlight of how our journey has been. And if you pay keen attention to that, everything just kind of falls into place. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so from my end, I'll just maybe highlight on something on traction. There was somebody who said if you have a theory, a plan, and a well-laid plan, but you are just one person maybe in a group of 1,000 people, meaning it's going to be hard to raise money, right? But now when you start now building and making progress out of it, now start talking to customers, that will be now the other number 2. Then you just move on to at least you hit the number. So that's mostly what the investors normally look at. And also something about market. Have you been able to define your customer well? So after you define your customer well, that's when now you can see now the potential now of where the problem exists, and raising capital now by then it won't be much harder for a startup.
Yeah, I think I how we have handled this is, those small grants, small money, small competitions, like the person who will win the money today. So at least that will help them build their product further. So by the time now you go to want to invest their money into your company, you've already proved that you can actually do it and you're the right person to solve this problem. Yes, a strong team is very important because ideas change, solutions change, things change in the market. But as long as you're a great team, the investor will believe that you'll carry the dream forward. Then also market and scalability. I think every investor wants to see that the market that you are in, it's big enough such that maybe in 10 years when you are, a very big company, how does that translate? What's the revenue that you're making in a year? Is it, will you be making 1 million revenues or 100 million in revenues? So that the market should be big enough to make the investor take that risk. If it's just a small market, the investor is like, there's no need to even take the risk. Yeah.
Thank you. So team is very important. Financial and the projections are equally important. And the identifying and segmenting your market and having a great team and being able to share your story. So I think that's the takeaway from that. So moving on to the next question, still on funding. What do investors consider before investing in a startup? Isn't that the same question? It's not the same question, but yeah. But in terms of the investors, that's yeah, I think that's the same question. So maybe we go to the other questions. When did you know that you had if you could go back in time, knowing what you know now, would you have started this company? And what would you do differently?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I believe my heart is in entrepreneurship. I'm not here because I lacked a job or I didn't have other options. I love the intersection of technology and business. So like I feel like I'm in the right field and I would do it over and over again if I had the chance. Maybe starting out, what I would have clearly thought about, or what would have thought about as a team, would be one, sales, figuring out your sales process, your sales funnel, because I believe that sales is the backbone of the company. If you're not making money, then you really don't have a business. Maybe you're just an innovator who can sell the product to the market. So most of the time, innovators, we're very excited about our technology. I have this new app, I have this new gadget in the market, but you don't clearly think who will actually buy this product. You know, if it's a product, if it's a agricultural product, would your next door neighbor buy it from you? So you have to figure out who would buy the product. How do you reach out to these people? How do you convince them to buy? Is it affordable for them? Who can you partner with so that your entry to market is easy? Yeah, all those things you need to really consider them early on, because once you start getting money into the bank, your company starts growing. Then second, I think just a strong team early on. Start to think about what do you need in your team. Maybe you may not have the money to employ those people at the moment, but figure out maybe one day I'll need an accountant, one day I'll need a chief marketing officer. So building a team is really important. Most of the time, entrepreneurs, you want to do it all. You think you're the one person who can do this thing right. You don't want to get help, but it can be draining, and you can even suffer from a mental breakdown. So learn to delegate, learn to train other people, so that when you start scaling, when you start to have a lot of work in the company, there are more people to help you.
And also, like from my end, like I see like normally people get excited to innovate, but now like sometimes you just start innovating and building the product, and then you're like, can we add this feature? Can we add this feature? So like some of the things like that, they normally interrupt with your plan or something of the sort, and like mostly you haven't like gone to the customer, like understand them, like what do they need. So like I guess I'm just going to give from like an experience that we heard about now the customer. Like you are trying to build something like a do-it-all person. So like if we had known that earlier, we'd have like probably spend more time with the customers and get to know them more, and also like understand the problem. Yeah, and also like something else is about the team. Like most of the investors, they normally look at the weakest person in your team. Are you like well structured, like to take the innovation further, or like the future plans that you have? So like most of the investors, or like while you're trying to go to the market, because like if you have somebody who is like lagging behind the team, that will be the hardest like thriving through the market. Yeah, so I guess like probably the team and also like the customer. So like those are the main key points that you should consider before like starting up a startup. And also like understand the solution in terms of like put yourself in the shoe of the consumer. Like how are they going to take this? Like if I build a solution, how are they going to like use it like for their normal ways. Like for example, you can build an application that will be dormant in the people's phones. Like I just stare at my phone one day and then I say like I've never used this application. Let me just uninstall it. You see, like you have to make it like something that is a need to the person. Yeah. So like those are the things that we'd have done differently.
All right. So the question was if I went back to time, if I could, like start the company again. That was the question, right? All right. So the answer is pretty easy for me. Yes, yes, and yes. And the reason why I'm saying that is today, let's say if you just log into Twitter, you just find a notification that tells you, the two last white rhinos are, like in danger. They're in South Africa. Tomorrow, the same app, it tells you that we've lost one. So if that can just be a news and you can just, like turn off the notification, but just think about it. That means most likely anyone's child, maybe someone who's currently in my age, your child might not see the white rhino like at all. If you can just take a moment and think of like the future of such a trend. So that means clearly if no one does anything about the rate at which we are losing our wildlife, the future generation will have nothing to enjoy because we've been privileged enough to visit our parks, see the animals, but that might not be there. So if I were to go back in time, I think I would probably start this sooner. I started this in campus. I think I would have started it even in high school because clearly there's a need for that to be changed. And I think the only thing I would have done differently would is as a result of the experience we've had in managing the startup. So we've really learned a lot along the way. And like the eHub has really contributed in helping us inject what we learn, the feedback we get into now the decisions that govern the startup. So I think the only thing I would do differently is to now just take fast the feedback that you get. And for whatever field you're in, I'm sure we have a lot of innovators here. It might not necessarily be in the wildlife sector. You're doing a lot of things. I've seen the banana flower, that's pretty amazing. In whatever industry, I'm sure that the source of motivation will actually just be what drives you. Yeah.
You can share anything around.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to add on top of the points that I earlier on shared on like what do investors look at when they're investing in startups. So the main thing also that I forgot to share earlier on is like markets really matters, like the size of the market that you are really targeting. Because like when an investor invests in your company, they usually want to come up with profits. Sometimes a 10x leap or sometimes even 100. So you really need to have like an idea that's really scalable across like a very big area. So the way like they usually look African startups, they usually don't look at African startups as countries. So for example, if you have an idea and you like to scale, they usually don't look at like your idea and scaling in terms of countries. For example, you are saying that you are starting in Kenya, you want to go to scale up to Nigeria or Ghana. The way they usually look at them is usually in terms of cities. So for example, they'll say like, is your idea really scalable across very many cities in Africa, for example? If your idea works in Nairobi, is it scalable in Lagos? Is it scalable in Accra? And that's why you find like Uber isn't in all the cities in Kenya. You'll just find them, for example, in Nairobi. And if you go to other countries in Africa, you'll find them in cities like Lagos and maybe Abuja. So they usually look at the African startup ecosystem in terms of cities and not countries. So you should really make sure that your idea, when you want to scale, you can really scale. And that's why you find that when a startup grows, a startup that is really growing very fast, they don't go to they don't just go jumping from country to country, but rather they usually go to cities. You'll see that they have an headquarter, for example, in Nairobi. They have another base in Lagos and Abuja. Then the other thing about traction, sometimes just as Anne shared earlier on, you might not have like money to show like traction in your startup. but there's usually this thing called like letter of intent. Letter of intent is usually a form of agreement with somebody who is willing to buy your product, so that you can share that to investors in form of traction, meaning that whereby you are telling them like, currently we don't have the capacity to build this, but we have like maybe 100 companies that are willing to buy from our company once we get the money to accelerate our growth. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I don't know if anyone has a question, because I'm told that we don't have enough time. So anyone with a question? All right, so we have one person or two people. I'll only take two questions. I'm sorry for the rest. Yeah, but I think they are available. You can just go and ask them one or two questions. So I'll start with the lady over there. Thank you.
My name is Eunice, and I had a question in terms of wildlife. I'm a graduate of wildlife, and there is a very huge gap when you say that you can provide solution in terms of human-wildlife conflict, because if it is for the conservancies and maybe the parks, they have the security personnel they put in place so that they can do the tracking, or maybe they can do the tracking of the animals that are maybe affecting the human beings. So how can you advise me, or how exactly do you earn in terms of giving those solutions of human-wildlife conflict? Do you liaise with the conservancies and the parks, or how exactly do you earn? And if maybe you have an idea of maybe writing proposals or some things in giving solutions, do you go to the park, you give them the solutions, or what is the link between you as a group there, ama mtu amegraduate na hiyo degree ya wildlife? How do you earn from it? Do you take your proposals to the parks or the conservancies, or how exactly can you earn from that?
Thank you. The second question here.
Thank you, Ken. So my question is very simple. I want to flip what you talked about, a very nice discussion, but there's something else we don't think about mostly when you're doing our innovations, which is failure. And we all fail at some point in life. And from the context, I'd like maybe the panelists to say, in their own experience or what they would advise the team here, what you do when you fail, or how do you prepare failure if it comes. Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess Julia will answer the first question. Yeah.
All right, so thank you so much for the question. And I should probably just give a description of the kind of work we do at Ryan's. So we currently have two products. The first one is called the Ryan's Wild Eye. It's a camera trap that is strategically positioned, let's say in animal corridors. So for instance, there's a route that elephants always use. Come what may, they will always use it. So you can just have that camera there. And in case it's motion triggered, so in case an elephant just crosses there, and the patrol rangers know that that elephant is not supposed to be headed in that direction, they will immediately, in real time, receive a notification. So what that does is that it will send like an early warning system. Instead of them intervening after the damage is done, instead of them coming in when the reports that these elephants have destroyed crops, they will have that notification beforehand, and they'll be able to now take the necessary action. The other product we have is the trail. It's called the Ryan's Trail. So that's a collar. It's collared on an animal. And what it does is that it sends notifications about the animal's state. So if the animal is sick, if the animal is limping, it's able to detect that this animal is not in its normal condition, and it will also send a notification. And it's also now it also provides like we have a dashboard where our users in their offices, they'll be able to locate each and every animal on the map. So once they see an animal that is about to cross the fence, we know we have some electric fences that are supposed, to contain the wildlife, but they've proven to be ineffective over time. So they're able to have all that visualized on a dashboard. So how we were able to engage with the Kenya Wildlife Service, I remember when we just had the idea, the proof of concept with our first prototype, we looked for the chief scientist at the Kenya Wildlife Service. His offices are actually here in Nyeri. So we approached him. I can't forget that day because I had a class and I had to run away because of that meeting, because I understood it was really important for us. So we just went, we shared our idea, and we introduced what we were doing to him. We took his feedback, and if you can remember, I said that is where we even had the idea to build a second product. So what I can say is engage your target users early enough. Don't build something then come back to them and say, this is what we have for you, because most probably you might miss exactly what they need. So I think just create that environment where you can engage them. Once you have your first talk with them, don't go away, just keep updating them. You told us to do this and we did exactly that. This is what we have. So you'll find that you're building that relationship, and in the end, you'll have like a successful customer and producer engagement. So I hope I answered your question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Julia. I know that what you're saying is music to David's ears because he's also into wildlife. Yeah, so you might want to connect with Julia. So thank you so much, our panelists. So I think we are going to answer the last question while also giving our last comments or closing remarks. So the last question was, what do we do when you fail, right? Yeah. I think also part of entrepreneurship is failure. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, so and I can just start by saying as an entrepreneur, you have to be a risk taker. You have to be conversant with the market, and what you have to do so that you can't fail is that have a plan. I see most of the startups fail because they don't have a well laid out plan. Something just comes up and they start following it. They don't have a strategy. And another thing is about roles. For a startup to work effectively, there should be well-defined roles. You are the chief operations officer, and these are your tasks. So you won't find that another co-founder is jumping onto your role, and that will kind of confuse you with your plans. And something also it's about community. You should you have to embrace the community. We have a lot of hubs, and probably you might need even a mentor for your startup, somebody whom you look to and whom they can advise you whenever you have some hiccups within your startup, in terms of legal advice and how well can you come out to the market. So those are the two main key points that you can be able to do. And also once you fail as a startup, just go back a little and then just look what was the error and try to fix that first before now going to the next point.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's a very good point that you've raised here, because we don't talk about failure enough, especially in the society right now. I always tell people that with the social media, this social media era, the only thing that you see is the success of people. Today we post about this event, but no one knows the behind story that went into organizing, and all that. So most of the time, even especially when it comes to entrepreneurship, when you look at the CEOs on Instagram and Facebook, you just see the boardrooms and signing deals. So as a young entrepreneur, you may have a false
your mind you may not even understand what it takes to be in the field. So I think we should talk more about failure and just understanding that success is not a one-day thing. It's not even, success is a journey. It's every day waking up and showing up fully to your business. Yeah, and my final remarks, I think I would just like to say I'm very glad about this Mount Kenya Innovation Week. Very good innovators and innovations, and I think the future is I think the future is here.
Thank you. Julia?
All right, thank you. So I'll try and keep it short in the interest of time. So definitely failure is part of life, especially in the entrepreneurship space. So I think the only thing you need to do is anticipate that failure. Just be ready for it. And how do you be ready for failure? At least have a contingency plan. If whatever you're working on doesn't work, do you have a plan set aside that you can like take like sort of a backup plan? Then I think the other thing that we should all like really dedicate some time is learning change management. That has also been like a personal initiative for me. I'm learning how to be flexible enough. Today, if you don't get the amount of money that you are hoping to get, what are you going to do? Let's say you get it and immediately it's stripped away from you. What are you going to do? Are you like flexible enough to like accommodate that change? So I think if you operate in that idea that yes, we'll move forward, but we'll create some room to allow flexibility and change management, I think you'll be able to just proceed on. Then most importantly, if you have the drive, if you really love what you do, no matter how difficult it becomes, you will always hold on to it. You won't give it up. So for all the innovations that have been worked on throughout this hackathon, it's really my hope that we will see them. It won't be like a one-time thing. I remember we started at such a hackathon. So if it's something you're really passionate about, no matter what hindrances come along the way, you'll be able to stick to it. Thank you.
Yes, so just to add on what Julia has said, failure is usually part of life, and sometimes like failing is usually like inevitable, and it usually depends on what type of failure are you experiencing. Sometimes you might consider failing as maybe what you're working on is not really needed in the market. In such cases, we should not consider that as failure, but instead we should take it like as a lesson to learn from and implement some of the things that you learned from your previous failure or previous, let's call it previous experience, and transfer it to your next thing that you're going to work on.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think it's about time we start celebrating people who start something and fail. It's not easy, and we really need to support. So if you see someone starting running a startup, just know that there's behind it, there's a lot of failures. There's a lot of sleepless nights. There's some people even cry, like it's that bad. But also when you see someone who didn't manage to maybe continue, also appreciate them. They started something out of it. So thank you so much for participating in the panel. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep inspiring young people. And thank you. So back to the moderator. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So we are getting to the end of the event. I'm promoted. Don't give me sticks. Who are you? So we are getting closer to the check here, and we want to do some videos, 2 videos, because time is not on our side. So we wanted to do the presentation, but I think the time is far much gone. We don't need to be here any longer. We did the African timer thing. We came in late, and now we only look at the effects and the other side. But I want to caution you from that. So we'll be leaving early. So the thing that will be happening is this check will go to that side. When it comes back, someone will be happy. So, tumefika hiyo time. Wase, so this check will be going to that side. Then ikirudi hapa, someone will be happy. So before that, as I am working on that, Savio will give his speech and then invite David. Then we give the awards. Those are 5 minutes, not even, will not be here for the next 15 minutes. Tumalize hii kazi, we go home. So Savio. Tunaenda kutengeneza mshindi hapo.
Be a winner. Good in that after your speech. Anyway, I guess why is everybody laughing? Eh? I'm Googling the speech. So I will not start by recognizing. First, I just want to recognize the guests, the friends, the innovators, and everybody here. So as you heard, my name is Savio Agugu, a software engineer and a professional idler. And yeah, so I have to read it because my English is not that good. It is my privilege to welcome you all to the Mount Kenya Innovation Week. I wrote it, so it's mine. This is really historic since it's the first Mount Kenya Innovation Week ever held, and it has been a long journey since the inception of the ideas all through and until now we are actualizing it. Mount Kenya Innovation Week is an event that was put together by ecosystem enablers from Mount Kenya region, whose main goal is to catalyze the innovation ecosystem in the region. Let me explain this in parentheses. Parentheses meaning I Googled it. Last year, the Association of Countrywide Hubs in collaboration with Konza Technopolis ran the COVID-19, the Great COVID-19 Innovations, the Great COVID-19 Kenya Hackathon that attracted around 306 different innovations from different regions. Ken and I were among the team preparing the innovators for the final demo day. The day came and it was successful. In a sound come a composition. The day came and it was successful. When you're on a mark, yes. The day came and it was a success. This cohort of innovators had been our motivation all through the COVID-19 pandemic. Most pitched ideas during the early days of COVID-19. Now they were pitching complete projects, some with even employees. The time had come for them to fly. Hey, up on my school. The big question was, what next? And I recall my friend David, who was or is still the chairman of the Countrywide Hubs, asking us the same thing. So in Mount Kenya region, what next? I had been tasked to be the technical lead. Ken had already earned the name. Sumulisikia hiyo jina? Principal. The cohort were his kids all through, oftenly using me to deliver bad news to innovators. I just saw the Mount Kenya innovation. Those people were in the hackathon. I didn't deliver any bad news. Cindy? Yes, I just said the truth. After analyzing the innovations submitted during the hackathon, cross-checking them with what had happened during the startup weekends, DevFest, and in the previous years, we realized that Mount Kenya region had always produced most among the best innovations in all this competition, but there was a gap. The gap which one, scale up of innovations that there was a gap in scaling up innovations that were conceived in all these competitions. And two, we were also planning to uplift innovations that were not ICT anchored. This is because during most of our competitions, hackathons, and many, they were mainly anchored on tech, ICT, apps, systems. But in the region, we have a lot of innovations that are not ICT. We had the answer. Start small in a big way. Start from the grassroots level, build a framework that brings together cross-sector innovators and like-minded ecosystem enablers. And that's how Mount Kenya Innovation Week was born. We would like to thank our main sponsor, ECA, Economic Commissions for Africa, for making this innovative week a success and becoming the first sponsor of the Mount Kenya Innovation Week. Our first segment, the hackathon, attracted 102 different ideas from the 167 submissions received during the call for submissions. These 102 innovations were shortlisted to 20 distinct ideas, to which young engineers developed the most viable products among these are some crazy, not fantasies, but ideas which they were able to actualize during the Potato Hour event. One is, I remember there was a smart voice. There was a solution which translates voice and text into sign language. So this is eradicate a lot of issues in terms of sign translation. I know all of us can remember what happened in South Africa during the Nelson Mandela event, where the sign language interpreter was just doing his own things. So now is this solution that will be, it will be in the past. Another thing that was, according to me, not the judges, according to me, but was good is an augmented reality application for your house that helps you visualize interior decor before even you buy them. Like for example, here we had a hard time. Mimi na Ken, we are all colorblind. So when organizing for this event and decorating this event, using the same solution, we could have just augmented it even before we had the setup. So the innovation is perfect for that. Hakuna kununua tena a wallpaper, then after you have set up the wallpaper, unaona ile si yenye nilikuwa nataka. So today make sure mko na hiyo system because it's there. So unaweza weka kiti, uweke carpet, and you're able to know which works for you best. Yeah, that was a great one. The third one was one that is in line with the SDG number 15, which is life on land, an application that enables reduced dumping of waste by providing a platform where you can post the waste you want to dispose on the app and having people interested to pick it. And even by that you're able to earn points. Yeah. So this is very good because you saw what happened in India in terms of climate. You don't need to go ahead. You can earn by just posting your waste on a certain platform. Another one was an automated water test kit that can test various aspects of water when water is still on the floor. So that was a great one because huku Kineri, a lot of the solutions that we have are just manual solutions, so whereby ni ngumu kufanya. So if you are an investor, make sure you can invest in such solutions today. There are a lot of innovations that were there, but also I can also recall one that in terms of the agriculture that can measure humidity, temperature, and gas, and it can automate, and if there's a remedy, it automatically launches it. The Mount Kenya Innovation Week, in the next segment is whereby the Mount Kenya Innovation Week team was able to visit over 10 non-ICT innovators in the region. And you'll be shocked by the kind of innovation we have in the region. Just to mention, there is a team that is in climate. Climate has been a big concern in line with this. There is an innovator in the surrounds of Nyeri manufacturing avocado oil and using the byproducts to do briquettes that are frameless. Another recycling, there's also another one in the same locality that is recycling, is it glass or grass? Yeah, yeah, that is recycling glass to make bricks, vessels, and many other decors, including posts. So that is also very good because in line with what even the UN and many other people are trying to do to reduce waste. Yeah, these people are doing recycling, and it's also a circular economy. This region is not for agriculture. We have innovators and groups that are doing value addition in bananas to make flour. I know you saw them on the presentation here. So we have innovation who are making who are doing value addition in bananas to make flour, crisps, and also wine. I need to taste that wine. And also there's also a young lady who is doing a value addition in milk to manufacture. Is it manufactured? Yeah, to manufacture or make yogurt and cheese, which you have seen there. Make sure you buy it. I was even shocked that cheese in Azenda around how many years? 8. How many years can cheese stay? 4 years. Yes, cheese in the car 4 years. I didn't know about that. In the mobility field, some young youth are using motorcycles to deliver parcels to your comfort of your house, to the comfort of your house. That was very efficient. They delivered the t-shirt I'm wearing today. So it was very efficient, and they're also creating employment in the region. There's a lot of innovators that we visited, and I might not mention them here. And also a lot of innovators. I remember we have a lot of innovators and startups that were born during the hackathon. I'm standing here today not because of the already running child, but because of the injured one. We have policymakers in the house. We have regional and international influencers and promoters here or online. We need to fine-tune some of these policies. We are losing a lot of innovators and innovation because of things that we can avoid. Things that don't even need money. Just a simple question: how long does it take to file a patent? How can these young innovators access credit? And those, you have had a lot of questions in regards to that. How can these innovators be protected from unfair competition? From the universities, how can these young developers and innovators be linked to the current market? And finally, how can their research be translated in solving the local problems in various sectors, climate change, affordable housing, and how can we use this to be ready for the 4th industrial revolution? For the last 1 week, we have been able to impact 150 women in businesses, 120 SMEs, 102 engineers, and in three counties. We would like to thank our partners, the ECA, Dedan Kimathi, I know Dr. Olengo and the rest. Mount Kenya Hub. We have KENIC. KENIC is offering us 50 free domains for all our startups who are at the hackathon. So they'll be having a free domain and posting 50 of them for free. Oracle is also offering a lot of engineers, Oracle Clouds, and apart from that, they'll also be training anybody interested in Oracle credits for free through the Association of Countrywide Hubs. That will also be good because a lot of people are doing a lot of IoT devices, so they'll be getting free credits. Yeah. We also had some other different partners. Jenga Kenya Microfinance enabled us to be able to train over 150 women in business in Meru. people doing maize, beans, miraa, and many other things. Ajira Digital, Family Bank helped us train women in access to funds and government projects. We had the Nyeri Chamber of Commerce, which a lot of the non-tech innovations that are anchored on, so were also very helpful. We have the Association of Countrywide Hubs, which also gave us a grant of a very good amount, and it also planning to make sure that we also get some good money in terms of the acceleration program. I would also like to thank the young engineers who volunteered all through the week in one way or the other. I know we have had a lot of young people controlling the screens, people doing branding and many other things. So that was also very good. It's through you that we are here today, and it's through you that all these innovators have a bright future. It's through you that Mount Kenya region will remain green. So after this, we'll be having an acceleration program for 3 to 6 months, whereby we'll be accelerating 20 different innovators. And we make sure that all these innovators, it's not all about money, but we make sure they get some. And also we'll be able to link them with some relevant companies and institutions. So yeah, Kisugi yangu imefika hapo mwisho. Yeah, thank you very much. And now it's my honor to invite the chairman of the Association of Countrywide Hubs. So we already did our elections. I was the Secretary General. Maybe from next week, I'll not be the SG again. David here was the chairman of the Association of Countrywide Hubs. From next week, he'll not be the chairman of the Association of Countrywide Hubs. Magdalene will be the chairman of the Association of Countrywide Hubs. Just a hearty clap for them. She's not the president. The president of the Countrywide Hubs is here, David Ogiga. So, karibu David.
Thank you, Savio. Your Google is fantastic. So, all invited guests, Josephine, Rehab, the sponsors, I think the university, and the innovators. So I only have 5, maybe I mentioned 5 points. And I also have my written speech here. Of course, I will not read a lot. But the first maybe to speak about is the role of the ecosystem. And I believe the ecosystem plays a very strong role, and for activities like this to be organized, and that this is the first Mount Kenya Innovation Week. And a few years ago, I think we only used to have Nairobi Innovation Week. And through the association and like-minded organizations like Konza, who have been very supportive. What I do believe is talent is everywhere. In Turkana, in Busia, in Lodwar, wherever it is, in Lamu. What is not everywhere is opportunity. And that events like this highlights or brings to the fore in terms of the creativity of young people, and that the ecosystem as ESOs, the ecosystem enablers, we have a very specific mandate to keep partnering, to keep bringing this kind of events that could be able to support. I was advising a colleague of mine in Egypt, and they are trying to create an association like Countrywide Hub, but the challenge is a lot of mistrust and competition. So everyone feels, okay, we are competing from the same funding, so I will not be able to get from the same pool. And I was telling her we were able to surmount some of those challenges as an association. A little competition is good, severe competition is even a blessing because it takes you out of your comfort zone and you are able to innovate. And then, like, for example, if you go in the supermarket, there are many, many flowers made of also banana. How will the flower here stand out from the shelves? Okay, there's your competition. The guy from Kirinyaga, is it Totsi? The first USB cable, I think, made in Kenya. Probably it's the first in Africa. He had to look at what competition is doing and create a better product than what you find in the supermarket. Again, that's competition. So competition is good. And so what I wish for the ecosystem is we have many, many, for me, I was speaking with Josephine, that the best idea could have been if we have regional innovations like this. We had Lake Basin, now we have Mount Kenya, North Rift, I think Chep wanted to create one. And then in December, we all converge in what we call Kenya Innovation Week, and we give opportunity to all our startups. But the second thing I think I also want to mention is for that to happen, then there must be a common plan. Because we came together, we were able, I think it was already mentioned here, the startup bill. Yesterday, I think it was announced that the bill now is something into law, and I think it will be, majority of you will be seeing some of what we fought for, because we were looking at how can a government calm down. I was intrigued by your observation, my friend, to challenge to the universities, because if you are training people to be doctors and engineers and biochem and whatever it is, then but 80% of them are working in the Juakali sector, either there's something wrong with the curriculum or there's something that needs to change. Okay? And that solution can be driven by the university. Government must come down to our level and be able to bring solutions that are relevant. The hubs that we are running are simply bridging a gap, okay? But the substantive role must come from the top. And even when you go to funding, and I think it was the doctor here who said, and it is true, this year Kenya, I think, has done, is number 4 in Africa in terms of attracting funding. Nigeria is doing $1.3 billion. I think South Africa is 600, Egypt, and Kenya is about 300, maybe $400 billion. The fact that you haven't received the funding does not mean it is not there, okay? One day it will reach you. And when it will reach you, you'll be quiet. You won't say, okay? So money for investment is there. The joke is always that if you throw a stone in Kiambu, the chance of it landing on a millionaire is high. Yeah? Where I come from in Siaya, particularly game, if you throw a stone, it will land on the head of a professor. Yeah, but here it might land on the head of a business person or a millionaire. Okay? So the question I was asking, and we were discussing with Magdalene coming, is that why are they not investing in young people of the region? Okay? We hear Rockefeller Foundation, we hear Bill Gates, we hear Mo Ibrahim. I don't want to name names, but there are rich people in Kiambu, there are rich people in Nyeri, there are rich people in Mount Kenya region. We must start investing in our own. And that for me is the biggest message. Just we talked about unicorns in Estonia, 10 of them, billion dollar companies. It's because they're investing in theirs. The 300 billion I've talked about, and almost 8% is going to foreign-owned companies. It is sad. Capital is racist. Capital is tribalistic. That's just the way it is. The owner of the capital controls who receives the capital. So because a lot of it is coming from Western venture capitalists, it comes to people who look like them. who can speak their language in the best way they like it. We also have our own billionaires here. And so, and we can have Mount Kenya Angel Network. There are now nearly 50 angel networks in Africa. You know, why can't we have this kind of? And we are very philanthropic as communities. Africans are very philanthropic. We do well during funerals, and but not when medical bill is needed to be paid. I wish we do better when we are all healthy, we have energy, we have talent, and we can be able to make a difference. And so, so for me, that's the strongest message. If we want to take Kenya to the next level, that this message must be spoken in all areas, whether it's in the county government. I wish they were also here to be able to speak things like this. And so, and then my second last message, of course, is to you, the innovators, is that there's money, okay? There's money. It's sometimes difficult to get because sometimes maybe you are not speaking the way they want, so you are not investment ready. If I asked you, everyone who exhibited, whether they have a website, will all of them show me their website? Do they have a good platform? Do they have a team? Do you have good structures? Okay, are all these things in place? There's money. You see, even JH is holding money, so there's money. Yeah. When the opportunity will knock, will you be ready? Even the Bible, there is a story of the 10 virgins. Huh? Is it? That what? They were having a bash. Huh? Oh, the lambs. Yes, the lamb. And there was one who lacked paraffin in the lamb, and she missed. Huh? She missed on the groom. Is it? Yeah, yeah. So it's just as simple as that. So when that opportunity comes, will you be ready for the groom? And so keep your house. Keep your house in order, get the structures. I know there's big problem with commercial banks in Kenya in terms of giving loans. And this is again a message that I also keep saying, that entrepreneurs in Kenya just need a simple loan with low interest rate, with less due diligence. It's as simple as that. Credit. They may not even need grant. My colleague, my friend who is fabricating materials and is looking for expansion capital, you know, I am sure if you are given a chance to speak about the frustrations of going to Kenya commercial banks, you know, and these are situations that we look to. But I really want to congratulate you. The first time you were here, we hosted the High Commissioner, Kenyan High Commissioner, UK High Commissioner Jed Marriott was here in Dedan Kimathi. This region has some of the best talents. The lady who was here, Anne, was brushing shoulders with the Estonia president using a Swift flag or drone. She has a medical drone for supplying medical materials, but also you can use it for agriculture and including spraying. And place plant signal, I have seen the rhino. You are doing innovation that is very, very close to my heart. I saw one guy is doing macadamia. You are able to turn macadamia husk into briquettes. The region is dripping with talents. And so I really want to congratulate you, and that I think keep doing what you are doing. And to my colleagues, where the synergies, I come from Taita, I run a hub known as Sata Hub. And so where there are synergies that we could be able to support, I could support on the other side. I'll always speak with G here and Ken, where we can have support from Konza, and Konza has been particularly very good friend and partner to us. These are opportunities that we could be able to explore. But lastly, I want to talk about these two gentlemen, G here and Savio. They are guys with energy and the drive. And when they love you for who you are. But they also don't have filters, okay? So, so he'll tell you in as it is. I think for those of you who know Savio and this guy, they'll tell you as it is. I don't want to imagine what you went through during the 48-hour hackathon. I am sure you had quite substantive of them. But here they are, and they have been able to pull off the first Mount Kenya Innovation Challenge. Really, guys, congratulations. And I was telling Savio that I know I have seen a lot of innovation weeks. I was looking at this, and this for me is an authentic innovation. There was a real hackathon. Yeah, it's not just some gatekeepers congratulating each other with some bureaucrats with don't talk about it. But real stuff, the stamina, tenacity to stay 1 week on this course with little funding, support. It's just from the heart, their hearts. Okay? And so I want us to give a big round of applause. How do we do it? Yeah? Who has a good style of clapping? Yeah, Jeff, yes. Yeah.
So you say chapati, cook. And you
So can you go again? So what you doing?
Chapati, everybody say.
1, 2, 3 again.
Chapati.
You have been given wings to fly. And I really also want to congratulate Magdalene. Magdalene, if you could stand, just so that they see you. She is the incoming chairperson of Association of Country Innovation Hubs. So, and the future is definitely, they say the future is female. So that's why we are very futuristic. We are very careful. We don't want to miss out. And strong drive, and together with Justin and the rest of our partners, I think they take this to the next level. I want to thank you very much, and really it was a pleasure to be with you here, and all the best in everything you do.
So thank you so much. Okay, so we've come to the end of the event. Right now, we are just awarding Bio Tumalize in the next 15, not even 15. So, okay. So from the hackathon, we had 15 projects, and from all those innovations, no one lost. We didn't have losers, but we had people who were leading. The same way we don't have the same amount of money, and we are not the same. Some people got more points. It doesn't mean that they did more than you did. It's just that maybe the judges felt like they convinced them more. You see, sometimes there are people who know how to talk and convince others. So at number 4, we call it the honorable mention. We're giving you a piece of the 500,000. So for this innovation challenge, we had an award of 500,000 Kenya shillings. And coming in at number 4 So you guys need to come here. Chef, come take a photo with them and share this money with them. So Chef and the team. So this team where Ecoville. So there's another diagram here. Yeah, kwenye picha hapo. So we plan for them. Okay, give me back my check. So check this not for the news. So we are going to delete and change the name. Kama mtataka pesa yenye imeandikwa ya pili, msitutue. Yeah, change this. So now we had different classes of innovations, and we had a team at hackathon. We also had a team of entrepreneurs doing different things. So we visited your stands, we looked at what you needed. We came to your workplaces. We have an amazing acceleration program that's coming up. We are going to look for funding for every one of you, including all the hackathon and those who we visited. So that's something that we are working on, and that's a training that's coming from January. We have our partners here. They've been supportive, and they continue supporting us. Other people will be coming in later in the year, early next year. So we'll have some funding. The same way we did at Konza, we are going to do the same to you here at Nyeri. So everyone feel appreciated. That amount is coming. We'll do some training and we'll also fund you. We went to Meru the other day. Actually, say hi to that team. I enjoyed training in Meru, a team of 150, over 40 years old men and women. That's a different class of citizens. Wachana na nyinyi mnasalimiwa msalimiki. Those people are happy to just get the knowledge in them. Hey, Clinton, I need that check. So make sure you watch the news tonight. You've already been covered, so we'll be dropping and telling you the channel. Kama ulikuwa umelala. So, hata utasikia simu hivi zimeanza kuingia. Kwani ulipata pesa kwa TV? Huh? Such kind of jokes. That's why I don't like being on TV. Watu wetu wananiita harambee immediately. Yeah. So from the innovators in Nyeri, we looked at your innovation, we looked at the needs that you have, and we also looked at how we can help. Help is not only monetary. There are advices, there are connections that we can have through a connection that we have from the industry and from the linkages that we have. As the association, we work with so many partners. So there are people that we felt on a level that they need other help than cash, and there are people who needed something to support them to start from where they are still. So from the innovators in Nyeri, introducing 100,000 Kenya shillings winner. What is this thing? So this is women empowerment group. So Hassan and your team, the whole team. Hassan and your team. So there are more. Where is Abdi? Yeah. Na kuna the other lady there. The whole team, anyone else. Yeah, I want you to see the impact that this money will have. So, yeah, all of them. Clap for them as they come, and they are more. So, asanteni. Savi. So, pangeni laini vizuri, kila mtu ashike. Songa juu kidogo. Make sure that you are there. So we'll share these photos. Hata nyinyi mtapata hizi picha. Itakuwa pia kwa simu yenu kwa design nyingine. So anyway, thank you. Clap for them. So Clinton and your team, please hurry up. So you can see, we want to have an impact and we want to grow these businesses. So now we are going to number 3 from the hackathon. Attention, Valley. Attention. Yeah. Number 3. So this was the check that we gave was from a different group. So we had a class of innovators from Nyeri and some teams from the hackathon. Yeah. So we moved from the honorable mention to Nyeri innovators now to, we are going to back to the hackathon, the top 3. So the guys from the Kut, they are thinking what when you have to kula boma. So you want to be eating in town, eh? So coming in at number 3, are you ready? Are you ready, guys? Okay, 100,000 Kenya shillings, those 2. Yeah. So just yes, the honors. Josephine. So we are going to number 2. Tension, tension, tension. Okay. So when I started doing hackathons, if I take you back, if I have the photos of when I started doing the hackathons, Hey, watu wa women empowerment, Nyeri youth, aziko kwa bank, wacheni kutoka. Bado. Hata tuje. Hey, watu wa Nyeri youth wametoka kugawana. Anyway, so the money will strictly be used on building your startup. It's not a holiday thing. Jamaa ameshapigia watu watatu wakuambia sitakane Mombasa. Hiyo si text inasema ati mbona SGR imeweka cabins mbili. So Clinton and your team, that should be easy. So we have a prize for number 2. I don't know what's happening. Tension. Give me that check. Number 2. David Savio, David. So, okay, now this is sweet. Tumeanza kudiscuss watu wenye wanaenda Mubadha, hii itaenda Mubadha. So, coming in at number 2 from the hackathon is Team PWAS. $125,000 Kenyan shillings. Clap for them. Present the prize to them. Oh, Thomas kabisa bana. So za kwangu ndo zinakuja hapa za number 1. Watu wote mwenye mnadhani hampangwingwi ndio wakati wa kupanga. So at the end of it all, lazima tungekuwa na one person alipata more points. They are not even like better than you. We are just the same. They just happen to get more points in that competition. The thing is, we've just started, and we've started at 500,000. See, you guys support us, so you show your support so that, hey, is those streaming is never done that kunimaliza. Give us your support on social media so that we can be able to raise that amount to 5 million. We want to do that next year. So our target next year is to do that. And for the acceleration next year, we want to do at least with over 20 million, so that if we impact one company, we impact it with over 500,000. We know we can because we've done it before. Mtatu support? Mtatu support? Thank you so much. So coming in at number 1, And I will request Ernest from ECA to come and give this one out. And I'll also give him a chance to read and call out the team that's here. I'll not show you this one. You just be read. So if I can have one mic here. Hey.
You mic me up like you, man.
Yes. So read.
Could you hear us? No. Oh, you didn't hear me whisper? Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess you already have. Good morning, good afternoon to you all. So I am so heartily delighted to call on Poppy.
So Poppy get 150,000. So clap for them. So we are 150,000. Winners of the Mount Kenya Innovation Week. Thank you so much and congratulations. Yeah, let me have a photo with you, man. Savio, where are you? Savio. Corner. The party can get started. Yeah. Na hiyo check sasa kupatia you go the check na so with that, guys, ladies and gentlemen, that's the Mount Kenya Innovation Week. So I want to thank God for the fact that we've come. It has been a very hard week for us. As Anne said during the panel, people just see the success of the event. You don't know how hard this has been. But with the support, you coming up and showing up to this event, our efforts have not gone to waste. So we thank you so much. So I want to appreciate all of you and help me to appreciate you by clapping for everyone. Thank you so much. Then our guests, you made this day a success. We called you, we didn't pay you, you just showed up, and you guys are amazing. You spent your money, you brought your time. We can't say anything, but as Nyeri Community, Mount Kenya Region, Mount Kenya Innovation Week, we say thank you so much. Winners is just a start. To the other guys that we had, all the innovators, all the guys from the hackathon, starting January, late January or February, we get to the acceleration program. We'll train you and we'll fund you. It's not a hope. We are doing that. So that's something that we've promised, and it's coming up in either late January or February. The other thing is we've enjoyed so much. So just take a word to the social media about the Innovation Week, support us, give a good word there. We've kept the promise. You've delivered yourself and all the minds that you brought to this event. we say thank you. So Savio, you can take a mic here. We've planned this event for 2 years, just thinking about it. We didn't just want it to be a normal event. People say we have an innovation week, they have a one-day hackathon. We wanted to have a whole week of events. It started on Friday, 6 p.m. last week on 26th. Today is 3rd. Although we are finishing here, we'll still go up to 6. Tutakula. Senior session iliyobaki. Lazima tukompensate hiyo masaa hadi wiki ishe. Ama ni namna gani? Tutakula. So thank you so much, Savio, someone.
Yeah. So thank you very much, everybody who came here, the innovators. Ile nguo paka mimi nimevaa leo, it's because of the innovators. If it was not about you, ningekuwa nimevaa sandals. I know they know me better. But the CS, Ministry of ICT, His Excellency Joe Musheru was to come, but ameshikika London bado. So he didn't manage to come, but he said that he's going to come, even to check and to see the best innovators. Yeah, si tunampigia makofi, atakuja. The head of innovations, UN, WFP, also we started late, so he was scheduled to start early, but we started late. So Abesema is going to come physically and is going to visit most of the innovations that are in line with the World Food Program. Yeah, so tutakuja huko kweli. And also I know Ernest has a lot of regards from many other different people, the director, the executive secretary, and many others. So thank you very much, Eka. I know you trusted us even without having. Unaona ile unaishangwa tuoneshe ile kazi nyingine umefanya. We didn't have that. They trusted us, and we thank you that you have been able to deliver it. And I know even during the acceleration period, I know tutaongea tu vizuri. We see how we can help these innovators. So see itakuwa poa.
Yeah.
As Ken said, we'll have the acceleration program. Najua wenye wamekuwa kwa acceleration program yetu, they already know and they understand the kind of programs that we are talking about. We will train you, we will take you preps, we will link you with other people, and apart from that, we will fund you all at zero charge. We don't take in equity or anything. But again, kama umeona kuna idea poa, just make sure we invest as early as now. We are all investors. So thank you very much. Mimi ile njaa niko nayo ni mingi sana.
So that's the next thing. We are going to have something that we'll eat. Okay, so it's outside. But before we do that, I want us to, we'll take a photo, but I want us to use this banner and look at people who supported this event. We need to appreciate them, and then stand up, have a word of prayer from, where is Jackie? Jackie again. Then we have to go and have something to eat. So the first company that we need to appreciate, can we clap for Oracle? The Ministry of ICT, can we appreciate them? The Kenya National Chambers of Commerce. There is the Jenga Kenya. There is Jiham. There is MHub. We have Sote Hub here. We have Engo Hub here. We have Kwanza. We have Nakuru Box. We have Eka.
Family Bank, well, yeah, Family Bank was there. The Association of Country Hubs, all of us are members of the Association of Country Hubs.
And then there's you. We appreciate you for coming. So can we stand and have a word of prayer from Jackie, and then we'll be directed where we have something to bite. So rule number one, don't make sure that you talk to someone that may be from a different field, learn about the industry. And with that, thank you so much. See you next year, same time, same place.
Let's pray. Almighty God, who art in heaven, we come before you this moment. We say thank you for the time we've had. We pray so that as everyone departs this place, may you be with them, give them safe journey mercies as they get back to their places. For all the speakers and all the members of the audience, may you bless them and may you guide them till they reach where they're going to. I pray this short prayer, starting every in Jesus' name I pray. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Thank you.
So directions.
So we need a group photo first, then we leave.
So after the photo, ukitaka kwenda kukula, out to the parking, keep right. Yeah, continue keeping right.
So we have some tickets for the meals. You'll be given there by Jackie. Jackie, you have the, wait, yes. Yes, so Jackie has them. So, yeah. So we have a photo first. I don't know, you want us to have the photo with this background? Ama to have your photo happen to a background. I don't know. Photographers, where do you want that to happen? Yeah, outside. Okay, so we go outside to take the photo, then we go have the food. Asanteni sana. By then nimefurahia. I'm happy. Thank you.